All right, all five commissioners are here. Can everybody hear okay? Okay. We'll open it up for public comment. This is a pretty auspicious occasion. It's been a long time. We've had a meeting in public, and it's about time that we start doing this. So it's good to see you all and have you all here. The floor is now open for public comment. Would anybody care to make any public comment?
I think you need to turn on your microphone.
Okay. Is it on now? Yeah. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Sylvia D. Hart. That's SYLVIADEHART. And I live in Gardnerville. I am a retired registered nurse, and I'm with Battleborn Patriots. And back in March of 18th, I sent to each one of you an email from Attorney Joey Gilbert. And I wanted to publicly ask you today to write a strong resolution like Lander County did to open up Douglas County. There's also 5 other counties operating under their own resolutions, including White Pine, Elko, Eureka, Lyon, and Humboldt. We are no longer in a global pandemic emergency, and Douglas County's COVID infection rates peaked in December and January and are now returned to their previous levels. Our personal freedoms are being infringed upon as we continue to operate as if we are still in a global pandemic emergency. Masks don't block tiny viruses, and wearing them for prolonged periods of time is unhealthy. In reality, only sick should be wearing masks, not healthy. COVID has a greater than 99% survival rate, and we have many therapeutics and even vaccines now. This is not a deadly pandemic. People need to interact with each other unmasked. Children need to see people's facial expressions so that they can learn. And the elderly need to be able to read people's lips, as many of them have hearing deficits. Prolonged mask wearing causes increased carbon dioxide levels in your blood, and the symptoms of this include dizziness, drowsiness, headaches, mild confusion, and air hunger. I am told that there was a middle-aged woman in a local gym in Douglas County that was working out on one of their machines with a mask on, and she suffered a cardiac event. Mask wearing should be voluntary, and businesses should not have to fear repercussions due to non-compliance with mask mandates. If you choose to follow the state's roadmap to recovery to reopen our county, you must align with the state template, which includes a statewide mask mandate through the month of May and beyond. This can be drawn out indefinitely, I fear. This infringement on our personal freedoms is unconstitutional. The majority of Douglas County residents are freedom-loving, hard-working conservatives opposed to government overreach. County commissioners, you were elected by the people of Douglas County. Please help your constituents and free us from the governor's illegal COVID directives and mandates. And please honor your oath of office that states you will support and defend the Constitution. Commissioners, we need this to be a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. I failed to mention that item number 6, there will be public comment opened up on when we get to item number 6 as well. So thank you. Your name and
Okay. My name is Susan Leone, SUSANLEONE. I know Sylvia from church, and I didn't collaborate with her at all to do this. We didn't even know each other was coming. But I agree with everything Sylvia said, so I'll make this short. And I'm going to go ahead and read the declaration from Assemblywoman Annie Black. And she's been posting a lot on the Nextdoor website. She said, let's lift emergency orders. The only way the governor is going to relinquish his emergency powers is if the Nevada legislature strips him of his powers. We need to support the ACR 2 bill to terminate his declaration of emergency. So good afternoon, everyone. This morning I sent my opinion to the Nevada legislatures on their website. This kind of summarizes what I sent. I've been a resident of Nevada for 28 years and have observed that a large majority of Nevada citizens are responsible and cautious of their personal health decisions. In my opinion, there is no state of emergency in Douglas County. I think the mask mandate should end now. Citizens can choose if they want to wear a mask or not wear a mask. They should not be cooped up in a mask because they're nasty. My grandchildren are suffering. I see them come out of school and they are in a mask for 8 hours, and it's terrible. So commissioners, I'm asking you to show us your plan on how to open up the county. Thank you.
Ms. Leon, thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any other comments? Yes, sir. Mr. Turner.
I'm here for concern of our kids, grandkids, and great-grandkids' futures. Our country and countries around the world are under attack since 1954, World War III, using silent weapons. Read the book, Behold a Pale Horse, by William Cooper. Behold a Pale Horse, by William Cooper. Continuing, e.g., the COVID-19 program of deceit. YouTube, the worldeconomicforum.org. Scroll down to COVID-19 platform. Again, COVID-19, a lie, as presented by Anthony Fauci of the United States and Victor Zhao of China. Zhao, spelled D-Z-A-U, both criminals, as well as the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board, GPMB, and its associated pharmaceutical corporation scoundrels and life takers. How many of you know the United Nations allows countries to experiment on their own people legally? How many of you know you cannot sue a pharmaceutical company for a deadly virus? If you sue and win, the American people pay. Pharmaceuticals can kill legally and no consequences. What does that mean? The globalist money barons cult owns and controls the United Nations. They, the cult agenteurs, go anywhere they want in the world, experiment on anybody secretly, and are called legal. What could be more criminal than that? Pharmaceuticals make trillions of dollars and don't pay for their injuries. Get us out of the United Nations and change the pharmaceutical law. If they harm, they must be sued. COVID-19 cases are reducing according to the Center for Disease Control, CDC. The new vaccines are out. COVID-19 does not exist as presented. Kary Mullis created the polymerase reaction test, PCR, used to test for COVID-19 that Mullis said is not designed for COVID-19 testing, which tests for exosomes that are natural defense of viruses. PCR does not test for COVID-19. When exosomes are amplified 35 to 45 times, They are called COVID-19, but not the amount of the virus. Through amplification, COVID-19 is turned on and turned off. PCR is not made for COVID-19 testing. Do not trust the Center for Disease Control, CDC. It has been proven the CDC has falsified research and cannot be trusted, as stated by Dr. Judy Mikovits. Read PhD Dr. Judy Mikovits' book, Plague of Corruption, Restoring Faith in Promise of Science. Judy, a senior molecular biologist and medical researcher. Teacher, to be continued in the second public comment.
Thank you,
Behold
Mr.
a
Turner.
pale horse, please read it.
Is there any further public comment?
Chairman, Natalie Wood for the record. Let me know when you're ready for public comment through Zoom.
My name is Virginia Starrett, Starrett. And my comment concerns a consent calendar item number F that was actually covered in the last meeting of the board on March 18th, where an agreement with the University of Nevada, Reno Board of Regents to conduct a Douglas County Supervisory Management Training Certificate Program consisting of professional training courses for employees over a 3-year period was approved. I would ask that the board direct the county manager investigate the curriculum particulars for these classes to determine if critical race theory or social justice issues are incorporated into what is taught, and should either or both of those topics be included in the course work, that they be excluded from the curriculum or the contract be canceled. We do not need to spend taxpayer dollars for propaganda put forth by the hard left. It is sad and offensive that most of the universities in America are hotbeds for the ideas that promote hatred of this country and distortions of its values and founding principles. We don't need to encourage that in any way as Douglas County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Starrett. Are there any other comments? Yes, okay.
Good afternoon. Dave Brady for the record, BRADY. Having served as an elected official in Douglas County for 18 years, I'm compelled to share my observations and suggestions regarding the conduct and actions of this current county commission. With the advent of a new year, Douglas County ushered in 3 newly elected county commissioners to join the 2 with only 2 years of experience on the board. If recent events are any indication, this pretends to be a difficult and challenging year for this decision-making body. The meetings appear to be disorderly, confusing, unprofessional, and to say the least, the chair has failed to follow parliamentary procedure and is quick to dismiss speakers during public comment, which is a potential violation of the open meeting law. Moreover, verbal exchange between certain commissioners appear confrontational with the absence of any order or decorum. As a result of this behavior, the public is losing confidence in this board's ability to conduct its business in an orderly, timely, and fair manner. Not so coincidentally, the opportunity for this board to review its role and function, the strategic plan, and other visioning documents, as well as be introduced to the board norms and procedures, was pulled from the board agenda at the first commissioners meeting in January. The board norms and procedures, resolution number 2017R-017, clearly defines the roles of the chair and the commissioners as it relates to conduct in general and how commissioners will conduct themselves with each other, with staff, and with the public. Section 4, number 1 of the resolution requires that all commissioners treat everyone with, and I quote, courtesy and respect, unquote. While number 2 states that inappropriate behavior is, quote, derogatory and damages the perception of this county, end quote. Unfortunately, that damaged perception has already permeated public awareness in Douglas County and surrounding communities. As the saying goes, good news travels fast, bad news even faster. The Board of Commissioners has a moral obligation to the public they serve to conduct themselves in a professional manner, to be prepared to make critical, data-driven decisions, and to treat all individuals with dignity and respect. It is imperative that this board review the content of the board norms and procedures in its entirety. A commitment to each other and to the public they serve to adhere to both the spirit and letter of the resolution should be the minimum by which board members conduct themselves. Gentlemen, it is time to step up and act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. Any other public comment?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, John Erb, Douglas County Public Works. I'm the Transportation Engineering Manager. I can come before you today just to give you a quick update on the construction projects that are going on right now in the county. As you know, we started back up 2 weeks ago on Centerville Lane. It is closed during the day, but it's opened up at night. And on the weekends, they are finishing up pulverizing the pavement this week. Next week, they'll be regrading the roadway and then starting the cement-treated base process. And then we're hoping to have everything paved and reopened by the end of the month, and the contractor completely out first week of July. So that's been a long project. We did all the culverts in the wintertime during November and December because that's the lowest irrigation season. And so it seems like it's been a long project, but we had to do it in stages based on irrigation in the area. The other project that just started is the State Route 88 project. The contractor's out there. I'm sure everybody's seen the cone zone. They are working on utilities right now. We've had a group meeting with the contractor, the engineer, Public Works to determine the best course of action on this. The boxes are a fairly large size, and it was going to take quite a few weeks to get them put in. We've determined now that closing the road would be the best option, and we want to do it on a weekend so we're not disrupting the school bus systems or that. So right now we're looking at closing the road on Friday, April 16th through Monday morning. It'd be 6 p.m. to a 6 a.m. closure, and then again the following week, the 24th. And that should be able to get those 2 weekends, we can get the boxes completely in and installed. And then after that, there'll be some smaller items like constructing the head walls and repaving that will require some one-lane closures, but not, there'll be a short duration and not for a 3-week period. So a little change to that project from before that I brought to you. I know you guys are interested in Muller Parkway, so as far as the design goes on that, all the surveying has been completed. The geotechnical information and core drilling out there has all been done. I'm waiting on the geotechnical report. It should be in any time. The engineer has started moving the plans from a 60% level or 30% level to a 60% level, and we've had several meetings with the irrigation district on how the whole project is going to affect drainage, how they want us to move ditches around. And so right now we've had a lot of communications with the irrigation district. So that is my progress report on the road construction projects. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Erb. Good update. Any other further public comment? Seeing none, we'll go ahead with the, do we? Oh, okay.
Natalie Wood, for the record, can you hear me?
Hang on.
Test, test.
Okay, go ahead.
Test, test. Can you hear me on your end? I cannot hear you over there. I'm just testing to see if you can hear me.
Natalie, we're adjusting the volume.
Okay. Let me know when you want me to speak to test it. For those that are on Zoom, if you would like to provide opening public comment on this time, please raise your hand and I will go through in the order they're received, and then I will go through the callers calling in. So for those that want to do public comment, please raise your hand through Zoom, and I will get to the phone numbers, the phone callers as well. And then Jen, just let me know on your end when you can hear us or hear me. Good. Okay. Natalie Wood, for the record, we have opening public comment for people participating through Zoom. We will first start with those participating through the Zoom webinar, and then we will go to the phone call portion. So I'm going to start with Ellie Waller.
Hi, Ellie Waller, W-A-L-L-E-R. Thank you for holding an in-person meeting. A vehicle mishap prevents me from attending today. Looking forward to attending in person in the future. I want to thank Natalie, the administrative staff, and the IT staff for all their dedicated efforts during these hybrid meetings. Looking forward to no more Zoom and all in person. Today, I encourage the board to request the Public Information Officer to post the Carson Valley Visitors Authority survey to inform residents that they can participate in the future of tourism proposals. Since there is no comment on item 2, Nevada Assessment Project, just curious if we are paying for this information, which is duplicative in other reports and in our master plan. Also, item 4, reorganization of community development. I urge the board to look deeper into the future staffing requirements necessary to accurately and adequately handle all the proposed approved development on the books to date, as well as future development coming forward. Example, the Park Buckeye Ranch proposals that I suspect will trickle in for over 20 years for up to 2,500 homes. Of course, as stated in my written comments, my favorite topic, community plans need to be updated to reflect what each individual community wants. The 2013 Valley Vision also needs updating alongside those community plans. No disrespect to Moss Adams, but their recommendations actually support the need for more staff. The county should be focusing on in-house courses and not outsourcing. The Moss Adams 100+ page report points out lack of staff for a single point of contact liaison needed. Expand IT to address short and long-term operations and maintenance needs. Conduct a comprehensive inventory of policies and procedures, which sounds like a full-time job for staff that already has their plates full. And this should be done in-house and not outsourced. Lastly, there was an article in the recent Trib about Nevada agency asked for feedback on the Marla Bay Water Project. This project is a partnership between Nevada Tahoe Conservation District with various improvement districts in the area and Douglas County. It states funding for the project will come from the state's 2021 Water Quality Erosion Program. I'm hoping that's enough funding. If it's not, we need to know as a member of the public, as well as you as board members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Ellie. Okay, next I have Chris. Chris, please state and spell your name for the record.
Okay, it's actually not Chris, it's his wife, but I'm using his Zoom.
Okay, hi, what's your name?
It's Nicole, N-I-C-C-O-L-E, Wellington, Wellington, WELLINGTON/Detsch, D-E-T-S-C-H.
Okay, go ahead and start, and I'll start your timer.
Okay, I just want to say thank you for having this meeting, and I have the opportunity to speak for the first time, so I'm nervous. So hello, my name is Nicole Wellington Detsch. I've been a resident of Douglas County for 22 years, and I'm here today to speak about how this current situation and the orders by the governor of Nevada have affected my family and what I see happening in our community. I'm a stay-at-home mother of 2 school-age children. One's a freshman at DHS, the other one's an elementary school student. I'd like to give thanks to the Douglas County Superintendent of Schools for doing such a good job at keeping our kids in school and for being full in school at this time. It's wonderful. That being said, there are a lot of still troubling side effects to the limited participation of parents, families, and friends in support of our children and their activities. I've witnessed a lingering depression in regards to social isolation, which are due to the overly structured regulations for viewing their achievements in sports, music, and other extracurricular activities. My eldest is a musician. She takes great pride in being able to perform in front of people. This year, marching band was essentially canceled. And after an entire summer of learning extremely difficult music to showcase her abilities, we were not able to watch, and they weren't able to perform in any football games. Obviously, we've got this whole thing going on. Concert band, advanced music, jazz band all suffered the same outcome, video performance only, no audience. How many students lost their love of music over this? And how will the music department suffer the loss over the next several years? This is just an example that I'm sure covers every sport, every presentation, every passion our children enjoy. My elementary schooler is required to wear a mask all day long, and recess is regulated as well. She comes home from school every day with dark circles under her eyes from breathing in her own exhaust, and the once bright and happy child is lethargic more often than not. Behavioral issues are now prevalent where once there were none. Hyperactivity, lack of focus, lack of desire to participate in school are just a few. It breaks my heart when I hear daily, "I don't want to go to school." While you think this is normal, it's not. It's a myth that kids don't want to go to school. My kiddos have always loved school and being with their teachers and friends. They love spending time in sporting programs, playing with their friends, and they don't want to be inhibited by this mask business and distancing. Today, they are reminded daily that something is quote unquote wrong and fear is ever present. What kind of mental health issues will we be dealing with in the future? Already, depression is undeniable. Frustration, negative self-talk is occurring along with exaggerated rebelliousness. Homes where children feel safe, and so home is where this all comes spilling out. For me as a mother, I'm deeply concerned with the overall well-being that's being threatened by these lockdowns. The freedom to live, to smile and see smiles, to hug and be comforted, to have pride in one's achievements by showcasing one's efforts and to go where one wants to go, they're being denied and they're being shamed for this. I'm also witnessing an increase in addictive behaviors among the adult friends. And we can't have this. So please lift these mandates and free our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Okay, we have 2 callers. I will start with a 543 phone number or a 434 number. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello? Hello?
Hi, are you here to provide public comment?
Yes, I'm happy to. I could definitely speak. I also wanted to listen, and I just came in, so I apologize. I was a little bit late. I didn't hear the beginning remarks, so maybe my comments. I really appreciate what the woman just said.
So we're doing opening public comment right now. So if you could speak or state your name and spell it for the record, then I'll start your 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Can we also ask questions to the commissioners?
You can ask questions, but they do not answer. It's just providing comments.
Is there ever a time that they will answer questions?
Typically no, but they do ask questions of presenters on agenda items.
Okay. So I'll speak a bit. Sure. My name is Mario Tenaglia. It's Tenaglia. Do you need anything else?
If you would like to provide public comment, go ahead and do so.
Okay. So first of all, I just want to thank everyone here and all of Douglas County. We are new residents here. We moved here last year, and we love this community and the values that this community has represented for a very long time. And we want to contribute to those values. And this has been relatively a fairly free place to live during this very troubling time. But I don't have children, so I don't have kids in school like the previous woman that just spoke, but I am aware of the situation for kids in school, and I see kids out in the neighborhood, in the community and stuff, and also, of course, adults wearing masks and being locked up in like little glass boxes and cages and things at their desks and stuff, as well as the workers and things. I really think this is a problem, and I'm surprised that Douglas County commissioners you know, and the county itself aren't resisting this governor's mandates more. You know, I spoke to a commissioner woman on the phone once, and I tried to call my commissioners about the attorney who's up in Reno who's giving pro bono work to support counties to fight the governor's orders. And I still haven't gotten an answer as to why we aren't participating with him. I think his name is Joey Walker or something like that. I forget. The woman I spoke to at the commissioner's office gave me the guy's number. So you guys know this person, or somebody in your office does. And I don't understand why we're not resisting them more. If there's like some sort of a funding thing that we want money from the state or something, we don't want to cause a rift. I don't know, but I think that we should be protecting our businesses more. Every business owner I talk to tells me that they don't care if I wear a mask or not, but they have to tell me to do that because they're afraid of OSHA. And I spoke with the attorney, this guy I'm mentioning that the commissioner told me. He said, our county can protect our businesses and tell OSHA they don't have jurisdiction here over this COVID stuff. If they want to come in and see there's a ladder in the back for, you know, the way that normal OSHA is supposed to be working for workers' safety, that's one thing. But COVID masks do not qualify. And I think that our county and our commissioners should be protecting our businesses, especially these days.
Thank you, Mario.
Thank you.
Okay, I have 2 more callers. Hi, would you like to provide public comment at this time? Okay, no response.
Hi, Natalie. It's Laurel.
Hi, Laurel. Would you like to provide public comment?
I sure would.
Okay, go ahead and state and spell your name for the record, and I'll start your 3 minutes.
Perfect. This is Laurel Langmeyer. It's L-O-R-A-L. Langmeyer, L-A-N-G-E-M-E-I-E-R. And I appreciate all the public comments before, and I'm here to talk directly to the commissioners. I've talked to all but Walt independently. And Ben, so it's Joey Gilbert, by the way. So Joey, Tara, Aaron, there's been a variety of, especially those 3 have worked to open those other counties from the first woman's comments. Lander County, there's got Persian County. There's an enormous initiative to get these counties open. And, you know, this not getting it on an agenda, I've worked very difficult to get like the public health emergency onto this agenda. By April 14th, there is a mandate by the governor to put in a plan. And I'm just going to say it's just been moved around and very kind of nicely dismissed. The Directive 41 plan can be just this simple, which is what the other counties have done. So the other counties have done one thing. They have stood down the public health emergency, and that's the request and the ask that is the plan to the governor. It's not this elaborate plan that I know the county manager has been working on and the hint, hint, wink, wink, what NACO's been working on. To just in the public health emergency stands down the directive of the governor, and we get to be open. And Joey has fought to the past gentleman's, comment about OSHA. So yes, there might be a little bit of pushback in a lot of those counties. They did have some pushback. OSHA has not won one of those cases. They've handed those tickets to Joey. And if you want your own lawyer, you can find a different lawyer. But OSHA's job is not to mandate masks, nor do they want to. We've had people interviewed from OSHA. Their job is the public health, the public safety of the employee. That is not their job. That's not the sheriff's job. And with all due respect, commissioners, you 5 have the authority right now to just say, we are not in a public health, like show us as a resident, show us residents where we're in a public health emergency. We're not. The hospital's data doesn't show it. There isn't any medical data that show it. I have hours and hours on a website that a variety of us have put together called Keep Nevada Open. It is just an educational site. It's got 8 public doctors that are telling the truth. And I know you guys all believe it. All 5 of you commissioners know that this is true. But to submit the plan by the April 14th mandate, it's overkill. It's also going to be burdensome. The maintenance of that plan, all of those things, all you have to do is stand down the public health emergency. And I know our county just got $9.4 million. So no, the county's not in an economic emergency, but we could probably bring, I don't know how many hundreds of companies, P&Ls and balance sheets that they're in an economic emergency. So I know I'm singing to the choir at some level, but taking this seriously, to be next to Lander, be next to White Pine, be next to Elko, be next to Pershing, and open our county.
Thank you, Laurel. Okay, I have one more person that's raised their hand for public comment. Ashley. Ashley, are you there? Ashley, are you able to unmute yourself? Okay, no response. Does anyone else have public comment at this time? I have 2 more. We'll go with Tim Allen. Tim, are you there?
Is this the time to comment on short-term rentals, or is that we wait for Agenda 6?
You will wait for Agenda 6.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
No worries. Okay, any additional opening public comment? I have Marilyn. Marilyn, do you have opening public comment?
I'm going to wait for Agenda 6 regarding short-term rentals.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else opening public comment at this time? Okay, I don't see any additional hands raised, Chairman. So I believe we can close public comment.
See no more public comment. We'll move on with the agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Mark Gardner for the record. Mr. Chair over here. Thank you. I'd like to, for a minute, before we leave public comment, could we go back and address Virginia Sterrett's request, item F that we approved at the last meeting? Mr. Cates, could we possibly get a understanding of the curriculum and be brought back to us perhaps in the next meeting?
For the record, Patrick Cates, I'd be happy to do that. I can assure the board that I've reviewed the curriculum myself, and I don't believe it has any of the elements that were made during, were discussed during Ms. Sterrett's comments.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions or public comment? Seeing none. Approval of the agenda for possible action. Approval of the proposed agenda. The Board of County Commissioners reserves the right to take items in a different order or to accomplish business in the most efficient manner, to combine 2 or more agenda items for consideration, and to remain and remove items from the agenda to delay discussion relating to these items on the agenda. Do we have an approval for the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
I'll second it.
We have a motion from Commissioner Rice, a second from Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion is carried. Okay, approval of previous minutes. For possible action, discussion to approve the draft minutes of the February 18, 2021 regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Is there a motion?
I move that we accept the previous minutes.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Noasad, a second from Commissioner Rice. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
We're still trying to figure this out here.
Okay. Okay, the Board of County Commissioners will adjourn as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Douglas County Liquor Board. And Captain Mitch Carrot, are you here, or who's going to handle this today?
Yes, sir, I am here.
Mr. Chairman, there he is. He's in his office.
Can you hear me? I acknowledged I'm here.
We can't hear you.
Test, test.
Captain, can you hear us?
Okay.
We can hear you now.
Yes, I had to click on the other video. I'm sorry.
Okay. Let's start with item number 1. For possible action, discussion to approve the on-site unrestricted liquor package retail, liquor entertainment, endorsement, and gaming non-restricted license for Columbia Properties Tahoe LLC, DBA Mont Bleu Resort and Casino and Spa. Timothy Trenton, Greg Boyer will be representing Mont Bleu Resorts, a casino and spa. Both have signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Mont Bleu Resort Casinos Spa is located at Highway 55, US Highway 50, State Line, Nevada. Captain?
Yes, sir. This applicant has completed all the required paperwork, paid the required fees. The sheriff's office is not an objection. And just for clarification, this is a name change for ownership.
Okay, do we hear a motion on this item?
Mr. Chairman, is this item number 3 on our agenda?
That's what I was wondering.
Board.
Okay, this is for the Hard Rock?
No, this is for Mont Bleu.
So this is item number 3, is that correct, Mr. Chair?
This is item number 1.
Mr. Chairman, on my agenda, that shows as the unrestricted license for the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino.
I don't know whether there's an update or anything on this, but number 1 is in regard to Mont Bleu, and the captain is approving the Mont Bleu request.
Mr. Chair, I have the same question because on my agenda, that item is number 3, and then item number 4 is the Mont Bleu as well. So perhaps I have a bad copy of the agenda as well.
This is Captain Mitchell, and my agenda reflects this as item number
I
3 as
downloaded
well.
this morning, and I'm showing item number 4 as Hard Rock, item number 3 as Heavenly Concessions, and 1 and 2 are Mont Bleu.
Mr. Chair, I stand corrected. When I pulled up the agenda on the website just now, you're right. Item number 1 is the Mount Blue. Item number 2 is Mount Blue. Item 3 is Heavenly, and item 4 is what's previously noticed as number 1. So I apologize for my misunderstanding there as well.
Okay, in that case, would you like to make a motion?
Okay, I will now. But I'll read it off my computer instead of this bad copy I have in hard copy. So anyways, Mr. Chair, I move for the approval of the on-site unrestricted liquor packaged retail liquor entertainment endorsement and gaming non-restricted licenses for Columbia Properties Tahoe LLC DBA Mount Blue Resort Casino and Spa.
I'll second. Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Gardner, a second from Commissioner Tarkanian. All those in favor signify by voting aye.
Aye.
Ayes. The motion. Discussion to approve the adult characterized business license application for Mont Bleu Resort, Casino, and Spa, represented by Timothy Trenton. Mr. Trenton has signed a waiver of notice of hearing. The adult characterized business license will be in the body painting of models and patrons. Mont Bleu Resort and Casino Spa is located at 55 Highway 50, State Line, Nevada. Captain?
Yes, again, this applicant has completed all the required paperwork, paid the required fees, and the sheriff's office is not in objection to this application. Were you able to hear me?
Go ahead, Captain, you have the floor.
Okay, confirming you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, didn't go through the first time. This applicant has completed all the required paperwork, paid the required fees, and the sheriff's office is not in objection to this application.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and make a motion. I move for the approval of the adult characterized business license application for the Mount Blue Resort, Casino, and Spa, represented by Timothy Trenton.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gardner, a second by Commissioner Tarkanian. All those in favor signify by voting aye. Aye.
Aye.
The motion is carried. Any nays? The motion is carried 5-0. Item number 3, for possible action, a discussion to approve addition of Nathan Gronberg to the existing on-site unrestricted packaged retail liquor license for VR Heavenly Concessions Incorporated. Nathan Gronberg has signed a waiver of notice of hearing. VR Heavenly Concessions Inc. is located at 375 Quaking Aspen Lane, State Line, Nevada. Captain, you have the floor.
This applicant has paid all the required fees, completed the paperwork, and we are not in objection.
Would one of the commissioners care to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the addition of Nathan Grongberg to the existing on-site unrestricted package retail liquor licenses for VR Heavenly Concessions Incorporated. Nathan has signed the waiver.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Commissioner Rice and a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Item number 4, for possible action, discussion to approve the addition of Yale Frederick Rowe, key employee and general manager, to the existing package retail liquor license for on-site unrestricted liquor caterers, unrestricted entertainment and gaming license for New One LLC, DBA Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Lake Tahoe. Yale Frederick Rowe has signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Hard Rock Hotel and Casino is located at 50 U.S. Highway 50, State Line, Nevada. Captain, you have the floor.
Yes, this applicant has paid all the required fees, completed the paperwork, and we are not in objection.
Captain, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you now.
Okay, apparently I'm having some audio problems. I apologize. This applicant has completed all the required paperwork, paid the applicable fees, and we are not in objection to this application.
Thank you, Captain. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the addition of Yale Frederick Rowe, key employee and general manager, to the existing package retail store, on-site unrestricted liquor, caterers unrestricted entertainment and gaming licenses for Neva One LLC, doing business as Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Lake Tahoe.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Noasad, a second by Commissioner Rice. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? Seeing no nays, the motion is carried 5-0. Captain, thank you very much. We will now adjourn as the Douglas County Liquor Board, reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. The consent calendar. Items appearing on the consent calendar are items that can be adopted with one or motion or unless the item is pulled by the commissioner or a member of the public. Members of the public who wish to have a consent item placed on the administrative agenda shall make that request during the public comment section period at the beginning of the meeting, and specifically state who they are and why they're making the request. When items are pulled for discussion, they will automatically be placed at the beginning of the administrative agenda or may be continued until another agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Rice and a second by Commissioner Noasad. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Moving to there's an award presentation for the services and recognition of Ron Romaine, his retirement and 25 years of service in the Douglas County. Phil Riddicker, you have the floor. Are they here?
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm here on Zoom, as is Ron. Phil Ritker, Director of Public Works, for the record. I wanted to basically state that a little history on Ron. Ron joined Douglas County around July of 1995 as part of a trio of new engineers in community development, after having spent several years on the dark side working in private consulting firms. Ron has a master's degree in civil engineering from the University of Illinois. He attained that degree around the same time I was working on my master's degree in chemical engineering from Purdue University. As a Boilermaker, I'm proud to say that I never held Ron's affiliation with the Fighting Illini against him over these years. Considering we're in March Madness here, I want to say for the record that during our tenures at Purdue and Illinois, our respective teams traded, finishing first or second in the Big Ten in basketball for most of that time. Anyway, going back to it, back in 1995, due to the economic realities, the county had gone over a year without staff in the engineering ranks. As a result, Ron was welcomed to county life with what was described at that time as a giant pile of backlog projects. On that 1995 list of backlog projects were critical improvements to the water systems at the county-owned Lake Tahoe systems and the expansion of the North Valley Wastewater Treatment Plant to accommodate new connections. As a senior member of community development stated, what she had learned about Ron in her first few years with the county was that Ron was the pavement guy. As Ron would put it, however, he is probably the only pavement expert to never actually do a roads project, at least for the county. Most of his career with the county has been spent supporting the water, wastewater, and solid waste divisions. 25 years, almost 26 that is, later, Ron is retiring knowing that history has a funny way of repeating itself. Ron has spent the past few years providing leadership and direction to a major upgrade to the North Valley Wastewater Treatment Plant to essentially double the treatment capacity. And as you'll see later in this meeting during the administrative agenda, Ron will present to this board on the Cave Rock Water System Improvement Project at the lake. I joined Public Works around 2.5 years ago and have had the pleasure of working with Ron since that time. Prior to my arrival, the Public Works Department had gone through some very challenging times, and the burden to navigate those times fell on Ron's shoulders. As one of his coworkers stated, the renaissance at Public Works was the direct result of Ron's willingness to step up and take over the obligations of interim Public Works Director. That time and his commitment to Public Works speaks volumes about his integrity and his character. Words cannot express my gratitude to Ron for extending his stay with Douglas County these past few years and helping me transition into the role of Public Works Director. His vast knowledge, practical approach to project management, patience, kind and meticulous work ethic have served both myself and the county well. While his role as colleague for many of us within the ranks of Douglas County will end with his retirement, I am confident his friendship will continue for all of us well into the future. Ron, you're a real class act. And with that, thank you for 25, almost 26 years of dedicated service to the county. And with that, Commissioners, I'll open it up to you.
Ron, I don't know if you're watching this. You're probably working. This is very commendable. And don't go too far away in your retirement because I'm sure you're going to get a lot of phone calls. Your wealth of knowledge and experience is invaluable to the county. So thank you for your years of service and your good work. And all the citizens of the county can appreciate what you have done. So thank you on behalf of the Board of Commissioners and the county. Douglas County presentations, number 2. For presentation only, presentations by the University of Nevada Extension on the Nevada Economic Assessment Project called NEAP, N-E-A-P, which is statewide a program to develop comprehensive data repository of county quantitative and qualitative baseline data to be used to access local planning and economic development initiatives. Lisa Granahan, Buddy Borden, and John Lednicki, who's giving the presentation. Is it online?
I'm gonna start, Mr. Chairman. Lisa Granahan, Economic Vitality Manager for the record, and I will introduce this item. We learned about the NEAP process being held in each county several years ago, and it predates the pandemic. NEAP stands for the Nevada Economic Assessment Project. It's an extensive county-based data repository that gathers data for each county. Once it's completed, it will be updated every 2 years. You'll be given an overview of the process and the different categories of data, but I just wanted to share a couple of things that I really like about the NEAP. I like the deep dive into the industry sectors. For example, it breaks it down into 3-digit NAICS codes. In the manufacturing sector, which is something I like to look at, it gives us much more information than what we usually have at our fingertips about where those top jobs producers are, such as in computer and electronic production manufacturing or in food manufacturing. I also like that there will be quite a bit of data available and updated and online that our staff members can use to gather information as we're putting together grant applications for the various projects that we work on. There is no cost to Douglas County for this study. The funding is being provided by its various project partners, which our presenter will talk about. With that, I would like to introduce Buddy Borden, who I have worked with on a number of regional planning processes. He is an extension specialist with the University of Nevada Extension. And with that, I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Lisa. Okay, can I share my screen? Okay, it is up there. Great. Yeah. There we go. Thank you, Lisa, and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and commissioners. For the record, my name is Buddy Borden. It's B-U-D-D-Y, B-O-R-D-E-N. And as Lisa indicated, I'm a community economic development specialist, a faculty member with the University of Nevada Cooperative Extension. And actually, I'm a state specialist. I work statewide, and this is a program that we've kind of developed over the years and tried to do it in cooperation with a lot of different partners and entities. Also with me, as Lisa mentioned, is another key component of this program from Extension. That is Joe Lednicki, who is an economist who's actually, we kind of co-run this program, once again, on a statewide basis. As you're going to see in the present, there's a lot of moving parts, a lot of components involved in this, and what the ultimate products actually are. And it's quite an endeavor, I think. And then also we have your Douglas County Extension educator, Lindsay Chichester, who also has helped in some of the sections and that you've actually received. So we try to engage as much of the university and as much of the different groups that we can in order to make sure we have a comprehensive program. The Nevada Economic Assessment Project, as mentioned, it's a statewide program that's currently active in 12 of our 17 counties. Our goal is to have all 17 counties activated by the end of this year. And I believe in your packet, you guys, you received some of the outputs specific for Douglas County. Some of those outputs that you've got or deliverables there every county is getting those sets. And like Lisa says, we do go a lot deeper. We dive a lot deeper into some of the data, and we're trying to, in a lot of ways, take a look at this from a planning or a policy assessment or areas of that. And this is kind of on the challenge that the state had several years ago with our prior governor, Governor Sandoval, is when the state was challenged with the sage grouse initiative there. And a lot of analysis were done, but a key component was missing, and that was the socioeconomic impact of any policy decision regarding that sage grouse. And what happened from that, that was just not Nevada. This actually was 3 or 4 states that actually were decisions were being made. But within that NEPA process, there's a there's a section that is required, and that is to show the socioeconomic impact. That was lacking. So we worked with the governor at that time to set up a program that actually could set the state up and the individual counties to respond to things, not just public land issues, but I got to say, if that's a driving factor behind that, it is, which is very important because as we all know, Nevada's 87% public lands, and there's a lot of decisions being made that needs to have that balancing act. And we feel from the university standpoint, data is important, analyzing that data in different ways, but more importantly, educating at the local levels as all the way up to whatever level we need in terms of what the potential baseline changes or impacts on those on the community could be. We've got some examples of that which we can talk about. But on this first slide here, as is said, the title Nevada Economic Assessment Project, it's referred to as through the state, is starting to get a little bit of traction, is called NEAP. And that's kind of that, we've got to have an acronym. So we actually got that together since we're a government agency. But along the top of that, and this is the thing that I think really puts a little strength into this program, is the university community that is actually committed not only through the expertise that we're putting financial resources behind this. We've got a good diversification of some of the different disciplines, but most importantly, as you know about Extension, is that we have the ability to reach. We don't have to stay in one college. We reach across different colleges depending on the issue. But here we've got the what we call CAPNR, our main unit there, College of Agricultural, Biotechnology, and Natural Resource, as well as our experiment stations, more of our research sites, as well as the extension. And we also have the University Center for Economic Development, which is a key component in here. Many of you probably know Dr. Tom Harris, who's actually the director there. He also is very involved in this program. But along the bottom, USDA Rural Development, these are key partners that have not only from the support side, they've also, these are where the financial support came in as well, from specifically from the Bureau of Land Management, as well as the Forest Service. They actually funded us to develop this platform that will help hopefully rural communities better interact and help them make, in the decision-making process, as well as NACO and USDA Rural Development. All these partners, we interact quite a bit, and we're in this together. It's just Extension is actually kind of taking the lead as well as developing the platform itself. But this is a very good, this is just not a hit and run where we come out, we're going to do a study for you and go. I call this more of a program, and it's a program that's sustainable over a period of time. It's not a hit and run type event. So what is NEAP? NEAP is kind of we kind of broken it down in 2 different areas. It's a process to develop and maintain a data repository. When I talk about data repository, and as you can probably see with some of the publications and some of the materials you received, is that there is a lot of different indicators. And we've got those broken into different categories. And why are those indicators important? Because those indicators define what a community looks like, what a county looks like, and we need to understand how they're changing, if they're changing, but more importantly, if there's decisions being made, how would those indicators change? So we want to actually not only just look at the current year, we want to look and see what's been trending over time. So we're trying to collect as much data in order to best define who is Douglas County. What does their profile look like? And I know this is not new innovative type approaches, but it's a way to bring all this data into one area that is, we kind of have different type of factors. We look at verifiable data, and we want to basically make it timely for you guys. And I know that there's been some questions in terms of how is this different from the SEDS, or how is this data different than your master plan? And I'll say that it's not different, but it's actually got a purpose that it's going to be it's going to be developed and maintained over a period of time, sustained over a period of time, and it could be the actual go-to data. A lot of this data is all out there. You got to go find it, though. That's the problem. And we've actually taken the time, and we have the know-how. We know where this data is, and we're actually putting it in an easy, accessible place for you to access on an ongoing basis. But more importantly, that data will be updated as new data comes in. We all know a 2020 census is coming out. We're already within our team planning. We're going to go update all those reports with 2020 census data, which means we now have another benchmark in there that we're going to, as you go forward, that 2020 will be the comparison year as we move forward. But that's what we do. And we've got analytical methods. This is probably one of the other strengths. We have also developing impact models for every county. They will show you what the economic impact of different types of policies. This is a tool that's being developed, and I know there was a question based on the cost. Right now, there's no cost, but if we get into very deep studies, yes, there could be a cost. It depends on what the question is. And we're going to demonstrate, we have demonstrated what some of those different ways we can use that. And I can give you some examples, but they got to be meaningful, consistent, verifiable, and more importantly, timely. If there's studies, we got to engage. We cannot spend a year on a study. We're trying to basically accelerate the process. And you know what? Let's try to turn this, and this is a challenge our dean and director has actually given us. Can we turn stuff around in 2 months, 45, 60, 90 days? And that's the most useful. And we're saying, yes, we can if we've actually have accumulated all this in one place to begin with. We don't have to keep recreating the wheel. But we also, more importantly, I can send you all those reports that you got in your packet and then say, here you go. But if you, many of you probably won't go through them, but this is where I think the importance is. What we're doing right now, we usually did in person, but given the times and the circumstances, we've actually had to adjust this program into this more virtual environment. But we're looking to engage and educate. I mean, Extension is about education, and we want to educate the community. Let's discuss the data. Let's discuss some of what the analysis. What does it mean? How can it be used? Things of that sort. But to be an open book and actually be a resource for the county when needed. And assist with any type of analysis that's there. I know that Lisa and I and Joe, we've already talked about maybe some different things, or I've given Lisa some examples what we've done in some other counties and things of that sort. The data sources, I'm going to go through these quickly. Data sources, these are the main qualities we look for in data sources. They're respected, they're verifiable, they're timely, they're historical, and they're consistent. If a certain data point is actually being challenged and we can't source it, we probably can't use it. We want to make sure that this is not data that's being made up, that it's actually got a source, some type of source to it. Most of the data actually goes back to census data. But like I say, as Lisa said, we can get very granular and small and look at greater detail. I mean, we could actually take NAICS codes all the way down to like 6-digit, where we're getting into really fine data. Some of it's going to be disclosed, but we've actually got some indicators, but where we can actually play around with that. But these are the main characteristics we look for in data. These are some of the sources we currently used. Some of these we actually pay for. They're data subscriptions, very expensive, but we have found them to be very reliable. This is, we got EMSI, we got ESRI, which is more of the GIS section, Federal Reserve, Headwaters, BEA, Bureau of Economic Analysis, those kind of federal, the Census Bureau, obviously, as well as state and local agencies. Is if we can, our goal is if we can localize the data as much as possible, closer to the source, then we feel very comfortable with it, then we'll do it. we'll use that data because as you start getting or having some of that data generated from a further spot, we want to be representative of what that local community is. So the NEAT process, like I said, there's two different processes that are going on simultaneously. And what you have in front of you is what is in a report as well as individual infographics is what's on the left side there, the data repository. So we have data that we've collected on a lot of different characteristics that actually relate to the demographics, the social, the economic, some of your top performing sectors. And this is the ones, again, that's based on NAICS codes. And NAICS codes are those identifications of different industries that they use from the government standpoint to identify those industries. Land use and fiscal characteristics. I mean, this gets into that, what percentage of your lands are federal or BLM owned versus Forest Service, what are private. I mean, it's kind of gives you that inventory, but also how's the fiscal characteristics or fiscal fiscal characteristics of your county changed over time? What are your sources of revenue? Things of that sort. And then another component, which actually we're not doing today, we haven't developed yet, and that's community assets. And that's going to actually be performed tomorrow, I think tomorrow, in terms of a full exercise that Lisa has helped us coordinate. And then if we go to the right side, that's those economic models. They're all in-plan based. In-plan, that the people that may not aware of, some of you may, it's probably one of the most used impact model, estimating impact model technology out there. It's a platform that's developed at the national level, but we're a little bit different here in Nevada. We have Nevada data for every county, but we go in and we make sure that data is correct. This is a 546 sector model that actually I can actually show you the change of a different industry and how it's going to impact employment, how is it going to impact incomes, how's it going to impact just total economic activity, sales tax, those different. It's a simulation type model. And then from that, we can also simulate off of that some of the impacts that it could be on some of these other characteristics of demographics, social, economic, and things like that. We've got ways to doing that. But we make sure that it represents Douglas County. And then we go in, we update and verify current economic activity. We try to use like DETR data. We try to get as much local there as we can. The main thing is to make sure that it represents Douglas County. We at times have to actually create sectors. I did that up in Humboldt County where we ran the impact of the new lithium operations up there. There is no lithium sector, so we had to go and create that. And how do we do that? We worked with the company and we got their full financials of what they're projecting, and that's built into the model itself. But then we can run key industry impacts, which this is kind of what we're talking about right here. A lot of communities are built on kind of three primary areas: agriculture, mining, and outdoor recreation. Some are more than others. And manufacturing, as you're getting closer to the urban centers, that could be a play. Like I say, as our whole economy is changing in many ways, but if you go back, the historical agriculture is what they kind of call that anchor in a lot of these communities. So we're going to run some impacts of what does the agriculture industry mean to your county. And we're doing this for every county, just a couple page. And as we've done this, we're actually seeing shifts, which is kind of interesting. But we got the statistics, and as well as when we talk about our mining industry. I mean, our mining industry, when we hear about that, we think about gold and things of that sort. We've got another kind of up and coming industry in terms of the lithium. Very big industry that actually there's a lot of positives that show there. And when we ran our impacts, we actually can see that. But a main area that we're working really hard on right now is outdoor recreation. We hear a lot of numbers thrown around out there. We want to make sure those numbers are well reflective of what's going on, because a lot of it is at the national level. And we know how unique Nevada is. We want to make sure, what does outdoor recreation, what is it, and how does it interact? And for instance, a hiker and a hunter will not have the same impact on a community. And we want to actually distinguish what the economic impact between those two types of activities are. But we've got like 8 or 9 up to 10 different types of activities that we talk about in outdoor recreation. But we're working with different agencies, and as many of you probably know, that the state has a new outdoor recreation agency within it, and we're working very closely with them because they're putting together a statewide outdoor recreation plan right now. This is just an example of some of the deliverables that, and all this is well documented on the web page there, extension UNR or .unr.edu /NEAP. Every county is listed on this web page, and every county you can go into, anyone can, to pull that data for that specific county. Here we're actually showing the staple type of publications on the left there. The Lincoln, this is just an example of Lincoln County. It was the first county we did their baseline report. You have that, I think, in your packet for Douglas County. And then you've got a series of different fact sheets, which we take each of those different categories and we summarize key findings on a one-page kind of ready reference. But we also encourage you to dig deep. Some people don't like to go into a 185-page report. They'd like that summarized for them, so we're trying to summarize that for you. When we talk about the last publication that we have on that right side, and this is just an example of how we used our economic impact model, and that was Lincoln County actually developed 40 miles of mountain biking trails in collaboration with BLM. They're working directly with BLM in order to develop those. So they wanted to know what impact the mountain biking would have on outdoor recreation and tourism, what impact that have. Well, as many of you know, and that this is right out of Caliente, and those familiar with that area, there's very low business base there to begin with. So we actually, it was very hard to run an impact when there isn't a lot of the services to begin with, but there was a little bit, but we kind of twisted that. We ran the impact of what ifs. First of all, we learned what a mountain biker profile looks like. How do they interact with the community? And then we did an assessment in terms of what type of businesses and services are available. And then from there, we could actually then do more entrepreneurship into the community to say, if we expanded and you were actually to provide that coffee shop, or you're able to provide a bike repair, bike rental place, that this is a potential impact you could get, is that we actually turned it into an entrepreneur type workshop. And believe it or not, we had about 15 people show up, and actually a couple new businesses opened up within the next 30 days. And we start to see them changing, and they're catering to that. So we tried to help them from that angle. But we've done bigger impacts. We've gone where we actually, it's a decision needs to be made, whether it's positive or negative. It's just to give you a better understanding of how that baseline changes given the different policies that are being presented or introduced, is to actually provide more information for you guys to make the best decisions for the county and the residents within that county. And that's pretty well it. This is the questions we can take right now, but contact name, and I really encourage you to take a look at the web page. We're trying to make that as comprehensive and track the progress as it goes. Eventually, we like to get this all digital, where you can actually digitize all this. Open to any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you. Mr. Borden, you still there?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for this presentation. Our sound system is not the best, so maybe I missed something here, but when I look at this report, although it's very comprehensive, the data dates back in most cases to 2017, except for the school component. And so I guess my question is, are you currently working on updating this data to 2020 or 2021?
Yes, yes. And thank you for that question. And this is kind of that you'll find with data like this is the data lags. Just like the census data, I'm very eager for that new base census to come out. And it's getting pushed and pushed and pushed. I mean, they're talking about the first not coming out to the third, fourth quarter of this year, even into possibly next year. But yes, that's true. But it's what we have to work with. And unfortunately, I think Lisa probably knows that as well. It's that's why when we work with the local communities, is if we can get some better data there, that actually you've got some more that we can use that. But this is a starting point for the discussion.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Comments? Seeing none, thank you for the very comprehensive presentation. And it's a great amount of detail and work to pull that together, and it'll come in handy in the future. So once again, thank you, and go Wolfpack.
Yeah, thank you.
Moving on, item number 3. For possible action, discussion to approve a $4,936,187 contract with Sierra Nevada Construction Incorporated as the construction manager at risk for that portion of the Cave Rock Water System Improvement Project, specifically the pipeline distribution system, Phase A, and adopt a resolution 2021R-035 to augment the Douglas County Water Fund budget by $3,690,739 for the fiscal year of 2021 to fund the contract. Ron Romaine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you could just let me know if you can hear me okay. So I just wanted to check and make sure that you could hear me okay.
Copy you, Lima Charlie.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen with you. Okay, and if you could just let me know when my screen pops up, and then we'll get going.
It looks to be.
Okay, so for the record, Ron Roman, Engineering Manager with Public Works Department. Philip Ricker is also with us this afternoon, along with Rick Robillard and Scott McCullough. So I'll run through a short presentation here. And the format's going to be similar to the previous presentations that we've had with the board on this project. I'll kind of recap the Cave Rock Water System Improvement Project, talk about the proposed contracts and budgets. This is a multi-year, multi-contract effort on the project. And then I'll talk about the recommended action in front of the board today for the construction of the 2021 water line project. So just to kind of recap and provide some context for the discussion on today's project, back in 2020, we had a project to replace about 3,000 feet of water pipeline on Lower Cave Rock Drive. So that was completed last construction season. We had 12 water service connections along that alignment. And just keep the 3,000 feet distance in mind here, and we'll talk about that in a minute when I get to the current project. The project also includes upgrades to our Cave Rock water treatment plant. About a month ago, the board approved the procurement contract to select and purchase the new treatment plant equipment. So that's in progress right now. That'll provide redundancy and replace the old equipment at the treatment plant. And then as part of that upgrade, we're going to be making some modifications to the lake intake water system also. So today's agenda item is the 2021 water line replacement project. This is to replace the water lines in the Upper Cave Rock area, essentially picking up where the 2020 project left off and tackling the balance of the work up in Cave Rock. So it's a significantly larger project. We have about 8,500 linear feet of pipeline. So it's about 2.5 to 3 times as much pipe to be replaced in 2021 compared to the project in 2020. And we'll also have about 52 water service connections to the existing homes that are going to be replaced with the project. So Sierra Nevada Construction is proposing to have multiple crews working throughout the construction season. Rick in our office and Scott, I know, are working to schedule a meeting with the Homeowners Association and SNC to talk about the project and update them on what they can expect during this construction season. So it'll be relatively busy and a lot of activity up in the area. And then in 2022, to wrap up the water line replacements, we'll have a second contract to replace some pipeline along the Highway 50 frontage from the Lincoln Park area up to the Cave Rock boat ramp, and then in the areas of Lake Ridge and the Hidden Woods subdivisions. So as I mentioned, it's kind of a multi-year, multi-contract effort. We have 3 contracts that are currently active that have been approved by the board. The first is with HDR Engineering for the project design. We also have the construction manager at risk pre-construction service contract with Sierra Nevada Construction. And then we have the contract for the water treatment plant equipment procurement that the board approved about a month ago. Today's contract on today's agenda is for what we're calling GMP 3A water line replacement in 2021. And then we'll have future contracts for the water treatment plant upgrades to actually install the equipment, the lake intake modifications, and then the 2022 contract. So to just kind of recap the contracts and the associated costs and budget for each contract, the items highlighted in blue are the contracts that have been awarded and are currently active and in progress. The item in green, GMP 3A, is the contract before the board this afternoon for approximately $4.9 million for the 2021 water line project with Sierra Nevada Construction as the construction manager at risk. And these costs are based on the designs that have been completed to date and the value engineering and the cost estimates that SNC as our CMAR have been providing through the process. So with respect to the budget for the project, we have a couple of different funding sources. The first is the U.S. Forest Service grant in the amount of $500,000. This is associated strictly with the 2021 water line replacement project. So that money will be expended this summer with the project. And then we also have the state revolving fund loan and the state revolving fund loan principal forgiveness contract. Those two total $16.5 million. And then we have approximately $4.1 million in capital reserves from the water utility that have been budgeted for the project. So I just wanted to take a minute and explain the note here at the bottom. Right now we have a total of $4.6 million budgeted in the Cave Rock water treatment project, and there's currently a balance of about $1.2 million for the project. So in order to move forward and award the contract today, as part of the recommended action, we have a resolution to augment the water utility budget for about $3.7 million. So that'll basically is necessary to fund the project and allow the board to make the award today to comply with the requirements of NRS. And this kind of ties back into the timeline for the SRF loan program and the principal forgiveness contract. The environmental review on the SRF loan has taken a little bit longer, so we had hoped to bring that forward concurrently with this project. It looks like that is now on track to be completed in early May, around May 20th. So really, once the SRF loan is approved, then those loan monies would be used to fund the 2021 construction work. After the loan contracts are approved on May 20th. So in the interim, we'll be using capital reserves for any costs that we incur between now and the closing of the loan contract. Sierra Nevada Construction has provided us with a cash flow for the project, and the estimate is about that we'd be using about $500,000 in our capital reserves, kind of in the interim until the SRF loan is in place. So with that, the recommended motion for the board today is to approve the construction manager at risk contract with Sierra Nevada Construction, and also adopt resolution number 2021 R035 to augment the Douglas County water budget to fund the contract. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that the board might have.
Do any of the commissioners have any questions or comments at this time?
Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding that most of this money that we'll be going to pay back is coming from the excise tax, or whatever we want to call it, that the water users in that area are paying in addition to their regular water bill. Is that correct?
Yes. Mr. Case, do you want to address this as an enterprise fund? And it's being paid for out of the enterprise fund, I believe.
For the record, Patrick Cates, that is correct. It's part of the rate revisions that were approved by the board, I think, 2 years ago, and there was a special assessment for Cave Rock as well as part of that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you. Mr. Romaine, I didn't get a chance to congratulate you on your retirement earlier, but I assume because this contract is going to go out another 3 years that we're going to see your face in the future bringing forward the other augmentations. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. Unfortunately. No, after Monday, April 5th, you probably won't see me, at least in this capacity or this position, but you're in able hands with Phil and Rick in our office and Scott McCullough, so I'm confident that we'll have a successful project through the duration of it.
You're familiar with the comment, you don't change horses in the middle of the stream, right? That's appears about where we are right now. So anyways, no, in all jest, congratulations on your retirement, and thank you for this.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Mr. Romaine, John Engels here. Most auspicious and heralded occasion that you've completed 25 years of service to the county, and your experience will be sorely missed, I'm sure. I'd like to ask you a question based on your experience and what you're observing here in this project. This is a big project, and just kind of overall, how do you feel about it? Are we on budget? Are we on time? Do you see any impediments? What is your assessment based on experience? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ron Roman, for the record. No, I think the project's well on track. When we laid it out, we had originally anticipated kind of a 3-year effort for construction purposes. Our CMAR SNC, came to the table and proposed trying to accelerate that to over a 2-year construction window. At a significant cost savings to the county. So, that's a significant benefit to the county. So I think the project's well on track. Obviously, every project has challenges. I'm sure there's going to be some down the road on this one, but as usual, we'll work through those and address them as they might arise. Ironically, I just want to mention that in 1990, when I moved here, one of the first projects I worked on the consulting side was replacement of water pipelines in the Zephyr Water Utility District. I was working for a consultant at the time, but the county just took that water system over and went through the process to replace many of the lines in Zeewood. And here we are 30 plus years later, finally in the position to, do the same thing in the Cave Rock system. So that's significant, significant benefit to the county and the customers.
Rock are most appreciative. Any further comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Tarkanian, did you have a comment? Oh, okay. Okay. Mr. Cates?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you'd just indulge me, I wanted to make a comment about Ron Roman during his service award. I will just say that from my standpoint, I think he is an exemplary manager in Douglas County. He's very thorough in his work. He's very skilled in what he does. We have our internal review committee that reviews items before they come before this board on the agenda, as well as anything that may require my approval. And Ron Roman always prepares his materials thoroughly and clearly and in very good order, and it makes things transparent and clear for the rest of us. And I just want to say I point to him to other managers on how to organize their work. And for that, I'm very thankful for his service to Douglas County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cates. Any further comments from the board? Questions? Seeing none, would somebody like to bring a motion forward?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve $4,936,187 on a contract to Sierra Nevada Construction Incorporated as a construction manager at risk for a portion of the Cave Rock Water System Improvement Project as presented, that we authorize the county manager and public works director to sign any necessary documents, and that we adopt resolution 2021R-035 to augment the Douglas County Water Fund budget by $3,690,739 for fiscal year 2020-2021.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Noasad. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. The motion is carried 5-0. If it's okay, we'll get item number 4 done and then take a break. Is that okay with everybody? Okay. This is item number 4. For possible action, discussion on the proposed reorganization of the Community Development Department that includes the Code Enforcement, Planning, Building, Administrative Divisions to promote effective and efficient operations. Possible actions include the elimination or downgrading of 5 existing positions and the creating 4 new positions. The proposed reorganization will create 3 new classifications: Deputy Director, Code Enforcement, Supervisor, and Principal Planner, and 1 new pay grade, M3, at the hourly range of $39.44 to $59.15 per hour. If approved, the reorganization will not create any additional full-time positions and will generate an annual cost savings of approximately $34,000. Jennifer Davison, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jennifer Davidson, Assistant County Manager for the record. If you can bear with me just one moment, I am going to attempt to share my screen. Let me make this a little bit larger. Okay, one moment, sorry. I got things in the way. There we go. And let me minimize this guy. We'll bring him over here. Okay, thank you for your patience. This is our first attempt at a hybrid meeting, and we have staff in person today as well as online on Zoom for some later agenda items. So I apologize as we move through our presentations. They are maybe a little bit clumsy this afternoon, but we will get better at this as we continue to do presentations on Zoom. Before you on the screen is the current organization chart for the Community Development Department. This item is being brought forward to you after careful consideration and analysis. I can tell you I have been assigned to work with the Community Development Department for about a year now, in addition to Public Works. And the emphasis, the reason for the assignment that Mr. Cates placed me to work with the department was to focus on customer service, process improvement, and creating efficiencies for the team up there. During the course of my analysis, I did review a report that's contained in your packet. There was a permitting process review conducted by Moss Adams with a variety of recommendations. I can tell you this reorganization will not address every single recommendation contained within that report. However, it will get us one step closer. Operations for this department are divided into two segments. We have the day-to-day operations with the heart of the department being our public counter. They provide the majority of customer service that we see. And you will note that we have been modernizing many of the services that department has been providing. Right now, we have a public counter where individuals who are wishing to obtain a permit have to walk up to the public counter and interact with our counter staff. They are assisted by our subject matter experts within the other divisions of the department. I can tell you the way the organizational structure operates currently, because the divisions are all funneled through one director who has his time and attention divided between the day-to-day operations of the department in addition to the long-term strategic vision and planning for his team, there's a little bit of a communication and coordination gap between all of the teams, which this reorg is intended to address. For the day-to-day operations, it is the intent, instead of all of these divisions reporting directly to the director, to have those divisions coordinate and communicate through the deputy director position that I will show you that we are intending to create. So currently, as I mentioned, this is the existing structure. We have the building division, code enforcement division, engineering, planning, and administration, all reporting to the director. In the reorg, we are planning to eliminate 4 positions, which you see on the screen. The code enforcement officer senior position, a building inspector senior position, an associate planner, and an administrative services manager position. In addition, it is our intent to downgrade 2 positions, which currently are the planning manager position and the building official. Prior to the departure of the previous incumbent in the building official position, I can tell you the building official was acting in the capacity of the deputy director in absence of the director, which meant on occasion when operations needed assistance and had questions or concerns related to the public counter, they had to wait until the director was available to answer those questions, which created a number of inefficiencies and delays in getting concerns addressed. Moving forward under the proposed structure, this is the new structure we are proposing. We would create the new deputy director position who would be responsible for managing the day-to-day operations of the department, increasing efficiencies around the permitting process, and focusing on customer service operations. To aid them in that, we also would like to create a code enforcement supervisor position. We are suggesting eliminating the code enforcement senior position because we do not feel that we need both a senior and a supervisor. The supervisor would assume the responsibilities of the senior. This is a field working position, boots on the ground. They would continue to do the day-to-day code enforcement duties in addition to their team members, but they're really responsible for getting those processes in place and helping with the administration of the vacation home rental program that we're going to discuss later this afternoon. I can tell you that the duties of code enforcement have definitely expanded with the work and the new positions that we have created, and we very strongly feel that a supervisor position is now needed, whose time and attention will be divided between both the valley and the lake. In addition, we are recommending the creation of a new development coordinator position. The current development coordinator position works very closely hand in hand with the planning team. It's the intent of this new development coordinator position to mirror what is going on with planning and to have that occur on the building side. By having it mirrored, customers will have their transactions and facilitated from beginning to end. So they can come to the public counter, they may have questions, and typically when we see the permitting process, a lot of people they submit an application and it starts in planning, it eventually ends up in building and engineering. And so those two positions, those new development coordinator positions, will serve as the staff liaison in assisting these customers through the process from beginning to end. And they will do that warm handoff that is really needed to encourage coordination and communication between each of the divisions. Both will report directly to the deputy director. In addition, we are recommending the creation of an office specialist position. This office position will be a bit of a catch-all administrative position that is needed related to much of the work that will be created from modernizing many of the processes in community development, including we are now moving towards online permitting. So individuals will not necessarily have to come to the public counter to get permits processed. They'll be able to submit that online, and we are moving towards paperless permitting, which means we have a lot of scanning to do in this office to get a lot of backup data that we currently have. We have entire rooms full of historic files with important information that need to be scanned. In addition, there's administrative work related to vacation home rentals and permitting so that we can keep our code enforcement officers out in the field and not bog them down with the paperwork and the day-to-day administrative functions related to vacation home rentals. That is our new proposed org structure. I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have. I can go into more detail regarding the recommendations from Moss Adams. Oh, I do have one final comment to add. I did note during public comment there was concern about the potential impact of this reorg potentially limiting the capacity of the team to take on the new applications that we are going to be seeing with the current projects that have been approved in Douglas County. I can tell you over the years, community development has expanded and contracted with the market. We have seen the addition of positions and the layoff of positions in this department. This department is still not back at full staffing at the level that it was prior to the last recession. Rather than see expansion and contraction amongst the members of the team, we're recommending that we supplement our ability and add to our capacity when needed with professional services. We think we can do that more quickly and efficiently and also at a cost savings to the county, and that's why we're recommending using professional services to supplement rather than having full-time staff at all times. Of course, the cost for those professional services will be recouped through fees, and we're about to talk to you in a future agenda item related to fees for this department. We do think ultimately that is something we will have to look at as well and address at a future date, but I'll hold my comments until we get to that point. At this point, Mr. Chairman, I'm absolutely happy to take questions or defer any time to the county manager if he has anything to add.
Ms. Davidson, thank you for presenting this in a very clear and concise manner. Are there any questions or comments from the board for Ms. Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So under the area of code enforcement, Jennifer, under the new org, Are we currently at our 4 code enforcement officers?
Yes, we are, sir.
Okay. And where are they in regards to their training and actually being boots on the ground and out in the field?
They are getting trained as quickly as possible, and they are spending a number of hours out in the field as part of their training. We are, having spoken to a couple of them recently, I can tell you they are describing it as taking in information through a fire hose. They're trying to get up to speed as quickly as they possibly can. We're really proud of their efforts. They have very good attitudes and are really excited to be out in the field.
Okay. Just because we have 4 code enforcement officers in a VHR program, these code enforcement officers aren't isolated, are they, to the VHR program into Lake Tahoe? Is that correct?
That is correct. So at any given moment, we have cost allocated 2 positions for code enforcement related to vacation home rentals. However, we are rotating each of the individuals so that everyone is cross-trained and able to do both vacation home rental and the regular duties related to code enforcement, which I can tell you were significant before we added this new set of duties and responsibilities. We are not ignoring the day-to-day requirements of code enforcement, the other phone calls that we receive.
Okay. So this new code enforcement supervisor, that position would come, if I'm not mistaken here, it's not a new position because we have 4 code enforcement officers, so it would have to be selected from within those current 4 code enforcement officers. Is that correct?
Correct. We would be eliminating the senior position, and I can tell you that I have met with each of the employees who would be impacted by these changes and have explained the changes to them. They understand they would be required to apply for positions, and if they were able to successfully obtain those positions, could move forward in those roles.
Okay. How is this previous, or I shouldn't say previous because it's current, we haven't approved this, but how does the current senior code enforcement officer, is that senior in position, date of hire, or age, or how was that determined?
Thank you. That's a very good question. I know senior can be an interesting concept, and I can tell you our organization has seniors at various levels throughout the pay plan, and they're all a little bit different. For code enforcement, the senior position was operating in terms of, it basically was supervising in many ways. However, we have expanded the team, so it was overseeing the day-to-day operations of code enforcement. It had one other individual at that time, or they had, excuse me, but they were scheduling and then also laying out the work assignments and handling the more difficult cases. So in senior in this capacity, we're talking about a higher classification of the essential functions, increased responsibility, and a higher level of training and knowledge and experience required for that position.
Okay. So the senior is going to go away, but we'll then select a supervisor from amongst the 4 that we currently have on staff.
We are going to advertise and recruit for internal to the department. So
internal, okay.
Correct, yes.
Now, I remember the layout that was done, I believe in December, before the Board of Commissioners, where they were asking for additional code enforcement officers, which the board approved. But I believe that plan also called for a staff person that would be directly in code enforcement, that would be directing that operation or doing most of the paperwork. So now we're shifting that rather than coming forward with that, Patrick, if I'm not mistaken. We're coming back and putting that in the administrative area as a new office specialist A3. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I just lost my place. My org chart just disappeared. But yes, that's correct, unless Jennifer can correct me.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Tarkanian.
Jennifer, just a couple questions. The 4 code enforcement officers are, I assume, they're 8-hour-a-day jobs, 5 days a week?
Thank you, sir, for that question. So we are looking at their schedules currently. We understand that vacation home rental enforcement is going to be a 24/7 operation. And so we are working with the team to identify the best schedule moving forward. We may move to 4-10 schedules with on-call rotations and having individuals working on weekends and available by phone at night. I shouldn't say we may. We absolutely are moving towards that. We have to in order to get on top of enforcement related to vacation home rentals. So it's not the traditional Monday through Friday 8-hour-a-day position any longer. We are modernizing it.
Right on top of my question. Thank you.
Any more questions from the commission? Ms. Davidson and Mr. Cates, it's difficult to take a new department and get it up and running. So having this thing start from about the beginning of the year to where we're at today is very good progress. And it's a learning experience and a lot of on-the-job training. And the analogy of taking a drink of water through a fire hose is very apt because there's a lot to digest and we're all learning a lot, but it'll work out fine. So good work, and it's paying off. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Somebody like to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move that we approve the proposed reorganization of the Community Development's Code Enforcement, Planning, Building, and Administrative Divisions as presented.
I'll second.
First call to get the meeting going again. All right, it's 3:21. Can we bring the meeting back to order? All 5 commissioners are here. In regard to the agenda, we're going to switch item 5 to go first and item 6 to go next because of a time constraint. So we'll start with item 6 and then pick up item 5. For possible action, discussion regarding regulatory framework to the vacation home rental VHR program, including direction on proposed amendments to the VHR ordinance. Ms. Davidson, you have the floor, and public comment will open after Jennifer Davidson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Jennifer Davidson, Assistant County Manager for the record. With me today, I have a variety of wizards in the background. I will describe them. So I have Matt Richardson from GIS, who is going to help me do some technical things with maps that we're going to discuss when we get to some concepts later in my presentation. Also online today is Sam Booth from Community Development. He is our planning manager and will help me in answering any questions regarding some additional information contained on those maps as well. And then also Sam Taylor is online. Mr. Taylor is the Deputy DA, excuse me, lost my words for a moment, who spent a lot of valuable time working on this ordinance that is before you today. I do want to thank him for his exhaustive efforts on this. Before I dig into my presentation, I also wanted to note that if one were to compare the existing ordinance to what is proposed, you will note that it has changed significantly in order. Feedback from the general public and also staff is that the existing ordinance is very difficult to understand and is organized in a way that meant that if you had a question, often you would have to flip between sections to get an answer to your question. And so Mr. Taylor did work tirelessly to address those issues, and that is one of the reasons why it took us so long to get this information back to you. We thank you for your patience. In addition, staff do want to acknowledge that what is before you today is a draft. We know we made mistakes, we know we missed some things, and we apologize. I do have a red line to go through with you today to get this closer to your vision, but I did just want to acknowledge up front that we know we have more work to do on this, and we appreciate this opportunity to work with you to do that. So that being said, let me open up my presentation. I'm going to attempt to share my screen. Give me just one moment. Expand this, share screen, so many buttons. All right, make this guy. Is it gonna let me grab it? Okay, there we go. All right, Douglas County Vacation Home Rental Program. I wanted to start by providing you with a bit of an update from where we're at from when we began work on this earlier in the year. Currently, we are at 589 permitted properties. I will acknowledge that the board did put a suspension in place. No new permits were issued effective February 18th. However, the reason for the difference between the 589 number and the number you saw in my last presentation, which I believe was closer to a 530 number, is we had a number of applications in the pipeline prior to February 18th. All of the information required to obtain a permit on those applications had been received up to that date. If they had a complete application, we did proceed with processing those because the delay was not on the applicant's end, it was on the staff's end. When we receive a completed application, it typically takes us between 2 to 3 weeks to process it. There's a lot of paperwork there for us to go through, and that's the reason for the difference between those two numbers. In addition, you will also note that revenue, TOT revenue and TLLT revenue related to this program has jumped significantly as well. We are now, for this fiscal year, at $2.7 million worth of tax revenue that has been received from this program. The last update that I provided to you was closer to 1.8 or 9, I believe. So that number has increased significantly. I can tell you that has gone up for a variety of reasons. One, we began auditing our vacation home rental properties, and so we did go back and collect the difference of what was owed when we found that there were errors. In addition, our enforcement efforts have resulted in us collecting back TOT taxes from entities who were operating without a permit for a number of months. Some of those entities had been operating for a number of years. We went back and audited all of that information and did collect the back taxes owed. So that number has gone up significantly. We will continue those enforcement efforts. Projecting into next fiscal year as part of the budget that you will see, we are estimating that we will receive approximately $3.7 million annually from this program, which is a significant increase from the task force report that was provided to the county manager tracking this revenue at closer to 2.7. So that's almost a $1 million increase. I can tell you the reason for the difference is because at the time the task force was conducting their work, when these revenue numbers were first pulled, we had permitted properties closer to the number of 450. We are now closer to 600 and collecting taxes on all of those. I also wanted to remind the Commission that the revenue received from this program, a large portion of it does not stay with Douglas County. A lot of it goes out to other entities, which I broke down in a previous presentation for you. I'd be happy to go through that information if you would like me to again. But the gist of it is that approximately 25% of that comes to Douglas County Parks and Recreation programs. There's a small portion for administration. related to the program and related to the taxes that are collected. And then there's a small amount, around 7%, that is collected for transportation projects up at the lake. All right, moving on. This very small spreadsheet that you can't read is the summary of the recommendations that the commission adopted at your last meeting. And I won't go through these here. I just wanted to show and thank you for your hard work in your discussions related to those efforts. It was a lot. We got through a lot. We have a lot more to go. Thank you for your patience and continued efforts. This is definitely one of the most complex issues that we as a community have dealt with, and this is important work that we are doing. That's the second page of your recommendations. I won't bore you with that. All right, so I did want to, before I go page by page into the report, I wanted to talk to you about, in addition to the recommendations that the commission wanted to see included in the proposed ordinance that we are bringing to you today, staff had a couple of more things that came up while we were drafting that we wanted to talk to you about. Some of it was the result of some comments made by the public. We've been tracking some comments on social media. Some of it was a result of internal staff conversations. So it's a combination of things that we think were important enough to talk to you about because perhaps you would like to also see them added to the draft ordinance. I can tell you the draft ordinance as it stands today contains language addressing these issues. So if you do not agree with one of these concepts, please bring it to our attention and we will remove it as part of our work today. The first is the concept of use it or lose it. Since the board did create a cap on permits, which I will remind you is a cap of 600 total permits allowed in the Tahoe Township, a concern was brought forward on social media that individual property owners may apply for an application or a permit, and then may sit on it with no intent of ever renting it or paying taxes. The thought would be that in so doing, they would prevent someone else from being able to utilize that permit and potentially protecting their neighborhoods. So it is the recommendation of staff that we consider a use it or lose it provision, which has been included in the draft ordinance. In addition, we are recommending that no permits be issued to corporations. This is a recommendation of legal counsel, and I'd be happy to have them expand on this. The thought process behind that is that individual property owners and family trusts only should be allowed. We have a number of corporations that are currently permitted to operate as a VHR. These are commercial entities that are owning single-family residences and then are renting them out as short-term rentals. We'd be happy to talk to you more about why we think that might be an issue if you have questions on that. Density limits, one of the directions that the board had asked us to come back with, you wanted to see a concept of what it might look like if we looked at creating some sort of radius and limiting density of vacation home rentals within that radius. I'm pleased to report we worked very hard with GIS staff to bring you a concept which we'll get into. I mentioned those maps, and our map wizard, Matt Richardson's going to walk us through that. I'll do the walking, he's going to do the driving. But we will present that in just a moment. Our recommendation is that you look at setting some sort of percentage, if you agreed this was a valuable concept, that you looked at setting a cap percentage of 15% per neighborhood with single-family residences and up to 25% with neighborhoods with multifamily residences. And those numbers are subject to discussion, absolutely. The next is one of the major problems that we have encountered when we have been trying to enforce this program is currently the way the draft ordinance is written, we can only issue a violation if in fact we can prove that the property has been rented. We think someone advertising without a permit should be subject to a violation as well, and that is the reason for the additional language. Tier 3 permits, there was a discussion at the staff level. These properties As I hope the board remembers, you had indicated that you would like Tier 3 permits to have to apply through a special use permit process. There was some comments during the public meeting that some of these properties are larger properties on acreages. I think that's what the intent was the board was to target those types of properties. And I think the public comment was that they have weddings or small events on these properties. The recommendation of staff is that we look at limiting the total occupancy of the property for guests in addition to the actual renters of the property, so that we don't end up with events of a size that's not manageable. We came up with a number of 50, but that is absolutely subject to discussion today. Finally, it came forward as a recommendation from members of the public, and staff agree this would be extremely useful to see the phone number and rental address of the renters be added to the parking passes that will be required to be placed in all vehicles of renters of properties in case of an emergency, in case a vehicle needs to be removed in a hurry, or in case a neighbor wants to call someone before they call the hotline. They could then call the number directly on the parking pass or knock on the door if an address is indicated on the parking pass as well. We thought that was a good thing. And then before I get into the final piece of this, which is the map, I'm going to just let you know that we also heard from the board that you wanted to see us establish a hotline, one number available 24/7. It's up. That's the one number. There it is. Code enforcement officers are on call. They're answering it. We've staffed it. We're coordinating in communication with the sheriff's office on this. We are going to be doing a press release, putting this number out there. You guys are getting a sneak peek on it because we wanted to test it for a couple of weeks. I am anticipating a press release later this week explaining to the public the progress we made in today's meetings, what the next steps are, and then also advertising this hotline number. The reason for the hotline number is obvious. People don't want to have to figure out which number they need to call regarding vacation home rentals. Now they've got a one-stop shop for us to take care of their issues. All right, so I am now going to stop share, and we are going to go into some maps. Matt, if you don't mind loading us up on GIS, that would be great. And then Sam and I are going to give a little bit of an explanation about how we came up with our concept. And the gentleman who is going to be turning the volume up on the TV is going to need to come back if he wants to make his way this direction. Oh, there he is. Oh, the sound wizard is here. Okay, so all right, so first, what you see on the screen before you is we have, through our GIS department, mapped for you every single vacation home rental in the Tahoe Township. We did it in a heat map to show you where the highest density and concentration of these homes are. When we zoom into one neighborhood area, and we've pre-selected this, you can get a better idea of what's going on. So each one of those little red dots, and I know they're tiny, I apologize. They're a little bit difficult to see, but each one of those little red dots is a vacation home rental in this neighborhood. When we drew a radius circle around one of these homes, and this radius circle was set at 750 feet, what you'll notice is that parcels that may not be part of the neighborhood were captured in this radius as well. So we have some open space parcels all around this property, in addition to that individual property. What that means is when you consider a density concept, those open space or non-housing unit parcels are being counted in that percentage. So that means a higher density, a higher number of vacation home permits could be issued, say if we capped it at 15%. If we include those open space parcels, those non-housing unit parcels, that is to the advantage of the applicant. So a higher number of permits could be issued in that area. We thought that this was going to be a problem. So we came up with the concept of, instead of looking at a radius, we want to look at neighborhoods. And to explain to you what exactly these neighborhood concepts mean and exactly how we determined what is a neighborhood and what is not, I'm going to turn it over to Sam Booth. And we're going to need the volume on the TV. One moment, Sam. Where did he go?
Went to the back.
All right, Sam, I think you're on.
Okay, can you hear me, Jennifer? Okay, can you hear me?
Sam, we can hear you.
Okay. Matt, can you turn on the plan area statement boundary? And good afternoon, commissioners. This is Sam Booth with Douglas County Community Development. As the department was looking at trying to map the neighborhoods and really trying to determine what boundaries we could use to cluster vacation home rentals, one of the first things we did with Matt's assistance was to map the boundaries of each subdivision map that was approved at the lake. And so each of those separate subdivision boundaries were first mapped. And then what we did was to overlay the subdivision boundaries with the plan area statement boundaries. Plan area statements exist almost as the master plan for Douglas County within the Tahoe Basin. Were approved at least as long ago as 1996, and they were approved by TRPA and Douglas County. And these are almost region or geographical regions. They're pretty large areas. You can see on the map, the plan area statements are the black dashed lines. And very generally, they followed the subdivision boundaries. But because these are these plan area statements have some age to them, there have been some new developments that have expanded around the edges of the plan area statements. And within subdivisions, what we noticed when we mapped those is there are some subdivisions that have a multifamily component as well as a single family component. And so we tried to understand how best to group those areas, and generally following the boundary of the plan area statements approved by TRPA and Douglas County, as well as the approved subdivision maps, seem to make a good boundary for designating the neighborhoods. And so when Matt turns on the map here, you can see the blue and green colors are outlining the boundaries of those what we've now deemed VHR neighborhoods. And so many of the names of these you would know, Upper Kingsbury, Chimney Rock, of course we have Marla Bay, Zephyr Heights, Glenbrook, and many others as you go up and down through Douglas County in Lake Tahoe here. But I think as an example for how we felt that this grouped these neighborhoods and subdivisions very well is, Matt, if you could go up to the Upper Kingsbury area. So when Jennifer showed there at the very beginning, as we mapped the vacation home rentals and the density on that heat map, you could tell that the top of Kingsbury Grade, Upper Kingsbury area is one of the hottest areas for the clusters of vacation home rentals. If you're familiar with the area, I'm sure that's because of the Heavenly Ski Resort and the ski lifts in that area, as well as some of the resorts at the top of the ridge there. But there's also Forest Service lands that are outside of the subdivisions, and so those are the areas generally that do not contain a color. and we would know that a VHR couldn't be approved on Forest Service land. It's not part of the subdivision. So we didn't map those as part of a neighborhood. But the boundaries here that are shown are generally following the Upper Kingsbury. And then on the south side of the screen there is the Tahoe Village plan area statement. Within the Upper Kingsbury, I think this is a good example of the suggestion that Jennifer showed earlier for a breakdown separating single family subdivisions or single family neighborhoods versus multifamily neighborhoods, in that there is a perceived difference to the homeowner, general homeowner in the area, of what the makeup of that neighborhood is. And so Upper Kingsbury is one plan area statement, but within that plan area statement, there really are two distinct neighborhoods. And we have those mapped here in the center of your screen as the blue being single family. And you may just be able to make out on your screen that these are much larger lots versus the green area, which is what we're designating as Upper Kingsbury multifamily. And in this area, you can see the very small parcel sizes that generally follow the footprint of the buildings there. And most of the units at the top of Kingsbury in that multifamily area are either duplexes, triplexes, or fourplexes. And they're attached units. And so because of that, we've designated it as a multifamily area, being that there's a different just to the density and to the feeling of the neighborhood than there is from a larger lot, single family detached neighborhood, which is just outside of that area. But both are in Upper Kingsbury. You can see that the majority of the vacation home rentals that we're mapping here, those red dots on the screen, are within the multifamily area. And again, I think this just lends itself to, if you're a vacation home rental owner, or you're looking to purchase one, a duplex or a triplex, one unit in that is probably more appealing for you to purchase as a vacation rental. Most of these, certainly in Tahoe Village, are closer to the ski lifts in the area there. And so what Matt has been able to do additionally is to map within these new neighborhood groupings now the percentage of vacation home rentals that we have in there. And so this is an interactive map. Matt has now made it public. You can pull this up and view this. But when he clicks on the multifamily portion of Upper Kingsbury, you may be able to see on your screen, it generates the percentage of VHRs that are within that neighborhood. So the Upper Kingsbury multifamily area that we've mapped there has 18.8% of a density of vacation home rentals. And just to kind of, and even further, you can see the actual numbers are listed there. There are 51 vacation home rentals out of 271 available housing parcels. And if you know this area, you know that outside of each of those units, the HOA owns the common area. That's one large parcel. But then there are many of the parcels for each unit itself. And as Jennifer mentioned, we think this is a better way to map the vacation home rentals than using the radius from one address or one location. Matt, if you could show the radius map just maybe on the edge of the multifamily, or there on the edge of the single family, clicking a spot. And I suppose the point here would be that Matt's chosen a 750-foot radius, once again, from this existing VHR. This is in the single-family portion of Upper Kingsbury. And the issue here is within that radius, I think Matt's showing there's 2 VHRs and 31 parcels. And generally, it's because it's a very low density, as I said, single-family detached neighborhood with large lots. If you were to choose a house, Matt, on the other side over by Benjamin Drive, still in the single family portion. Yeah, right around there. Sure. You can see that it looks like he only grabbed one additional one, but the number starts to grow the closer you come to the edge of the subdivision. That is adjacent to that multifamily portion. It's still a different portion or a different neighborhood as we're mapping it. We think there's a different feel to this area because of the lot sizes, the street layouts, and the home density. But the closer you get to that, you can see that it starts to grab within that radius those homes that are in the multifamily portion of the subdivision. And so someone looking to place a VHR in this area would be harmed by those multifamily townhome units within the multifamily portion. So what we think is by drawing a boundary between the two, we can differentiate the density within the single family portion versus the density within the multifamily portion. And I think one of the suggestions that Jennifer had showed prior was to cap the single family percentage at 15% and the multifamily percentage at 25%. Just following the idea that in a multifamily area, most of where these townhomes or attached units are at, as I said, is more of a tourist destination. And maybe if you're buying a home in that area, if you live in that area, you might expect that there's going to be a higher density of vacation home rentals versus a quieter, less dense single family neighborhood. So Jennifer, is there anything you would add to that or anything you would like me to speak further on?
Thank you. I do have something to add if we can mute Sam for a second. Did we get him muted? Not yet. Okay. All right. There we go. Nope. One moment. Way for us to talk about, I love hearing myself on. Do you mind trying to turn that down, Paula? It's right on the back side. Yep, just keep clicking it. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, so the other thing we wanted to talk about is we have the ability to show you with this map also, if we were to implement these density caps based on this neighborhood concept, we should be able to zoom out and show you, I hope, just how many of the homes would be at the cap limits for each of the percentages. And so, Matt, I don't know the best way to see this. Let me move my screen.
Excuse me, Jennifer, I don't mean, Ms. Davidson, I don't mean to interrupt you, but the section that's just below that, I mean, that showed 18%, but there's a big yellow hotspot there, and I'd like to know what the percentage there is.
15.4% if you can't read that from your seat. So there are 962 parcels in that area, 148 of which are vacation home rental properties. The total density in that area is 15.4%.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that, Matt. If we can, maybe don't zoom out as far. Let's look at it. Yeah, let's capture a couple neighborhoods at a time if you don't mind. We should be able to see those properties that are at those neighborhoods, that are at the 15% density now. Okay, so each of those that are highlighted currently that show up, each of those neighborhoods are at a 15% density. Can you scroll out for me so we can get a bigger picture of what's going on at all of the lake? Or move up, that's great, cool, thank you. This is very neat. I am very excited about this tool and that we have Matt on board on our team. So it looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So Glenbrook, Lincoln Park, Zephyr Cove, Pinewild, Tahoe Beach Club, Tahoe Village, and Upper Kingsbury, both areas, the single family and the multifamily, are all at 15%. Matt, will you show us now which neighborhoods are at 20%? Looks like Manzanita Heights, Lake Village, Pinewild, that's at 23. Any parcels further north? I don't think so. And then, did we create a layer for 25%? No, let's go down to 10%. 10%. Great. It looks like we have Zephyr Cove, Marla Bay. Oops, sorry. We're scrolling in. Oliver Park. So Zephyr Cove, Zephyr Heights is at 11.7%. Marla Bay is 12.7%. Oliver Park, 13.5%. Kingsbury Village is 12.7%.
Ms. Davidson, can I interrupt you for just a minute again?
You sure can.
On that, does this chart reflect the 54 that you've approved since February 18th?
It does. This is
It
the
does.
most
It's
recent
current.
information.
It's what current data is. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The total percent at the lake is around 11% currently, if you look at all of the parcels. But this gives you an idea of the neighborhoods that would be capped depending on what level you set that density at if we in fact put this concept in place. Before I dig into the actual red line ordinance, Mr. Chairman, I would ask the commission if anyone else has any other questions on this map concept before I move on.
Yeah, real quick. You say this is pretty live. In other words, if somebody comes through and applies for a permit and it's granted, it gets added to this data right away?
Yes, sir. That would be part of our process before issuing the permit. Okay.
So, Ms. Davidson, the other question I had was, we had identified approximately, I understand the number was somewhere it was a floating number somewhere in the neighborhood of 150 that had been identified as unpermitted VHRs. Is that, how close am I to that number?
That is correct, sir. We have whittled that number down. So as of my last presentation to you, it was around 150. It has been reduced through enforcement efforts. We're now hovering at around 45 that we are actively investigating and in the enforcement process on.
Okay. These 54 that we allowed into the system after February 18th, were any of those 54 previously identified as not having permits and were now trying to get into the permitting process? If you follow that question.
I do. I don't have that information with me today. I suspect the answer to that question is yes. We had a number of properties that we targeted for enforcement efforts and we were in the middle of that enforcement process when the board put the suspension in place. It was our policy previously to vigorously encourage those properties to come into compliance and to apply for a vacation home permit. It is likely that some of them got in the pipeline during that window of time.
I mean, that troubles me because I think our original intent was to make sure that those folks that have been operating for possibly a number of years that were not in our system, now that this has become a hot issue, jumped into the system. And I don't think that was what this board was trying to do during this process, is allow that in. So that aspect troubles me.
I just want to make sure that I'm very clear. We did not allow anyone who submitted a new application on or after February 18th into the system. They had to have submitted a complete application with all of the components of that application required prior to the February 18th in order to be issued the permit.
I'm not trying to be argumentative, but once again, you know, the intent here was to be able to identify those that were violating our system. And I think my fellow commissioners joined me in feeling that those are folks that we didn't want to allow into the system if they were going to flaunt our system and violate the system. So that's a personal opinion, and once again, that troubles me, but I don't know that there's anything we can do about that now, but I thought we called them suspension is a suspension is a suspension, and yet that didn't occur, in my opinion. Thank you.
It was my understanding that we were trying to bring people into compliance. And what we were trying to do, I'm talking long before the last election, what we were trying to do was identify those that were operating who were not in compliance and to gain their compliance so that they would comply with the rules that we had at that time. And I don't think that we were trying to identify anybody so that they could be excluded. At that time, we were trying to get compliance.
Two questions back, actually. How do you go about finding out that people don't have a permit and are running a VHR?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Vice Chairman. So a variety of ways. Sometimes we receive complaints and tips from the public. Other times we are actively searching through our partnership with HDL and our contract with them. We are actively searching a variety of online applications such as Airbnb and VRBO. We do scan for properties in Douglas County and search and actively attempt to identify every single one of those properties. If someone is permitted, they are required as part of the advertisement to include the permit number in that advertisement. So that's a pretty good giveaway as to whether or not they're operating without a permit.
And secondly, is there anything punitive in the code for people who are discovered to have been running VHRs without a permit?
There's a $5,000 fine currently in the code.
Have we leveled any of those fines against the people you found?
Yes, we have.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the board for Ms. Davidson? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner
Excuse
Gardner?
me, I'm sorry, just a quick one, Mr. Chair. So in this ordinance, we're going to be discussing this 15% versus 25, single family versus manufactured home. Is that correct?
Single family versus multifamily residence.
Multifamily.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I just want to know, I think the other commissioners have probably received these same type of emails, but I've had a number of emails from multifamily resident owners who feel just as infringed upon as the single-family residents as well. And so I'm not sure I like the idea of having differences for the neighborhoods, but I guess we'll get into that discussion later, right? Okay, thank you.
One question, do you have a map of what the 15% neighborhoods would be and what the 25% would be? Not what they are now, what they would be.
Matt seems to be tracking, I think. Let me see if I can see what, he's got the 15% layer on. So it looks like these would be the neighborhoods that would be at 15%. And it looks like that's Zephyr Cove, Pine Wild, Lake Village, Tahoe Beach Club, Upper Kingsbury, both the multifamily and single family, Tahoe Village on this screen currently. We could provide also this data to you in an Excel spreadsheet, so you would have a list of those neighborhoods that are at 15%. And actually, we could give you the percentage of every single neighborhood in an Excel spreadsheet. Those types of things are a little bit easier to see in that format than on this map where you're panning everywhere.
Sure, that would be great, because I think, again, at least from my opinion, it comes back to where VHRs are more desirable and needed in neighborhoods where they're not. And so if we can see what they would look like as opposed to what they look like now would be wonderful.
Okay, we can do that.
Are there any further questions from the board? Ms. Davidson, stand by. We're going to now open it up for public comment, and we'll commence with Commissioner Tarkanian. He has a letter he wants to read from a constituent in regard to this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just received this email, and I thought it really reflected a lot about what I was talking about, where there are certain areas where VHRs are appropriate and needed and others where they're not. So let me just read it real quickly. It goes, "Sir, the rancor surrounding the issue of vacation home rentals has often turned into a shouting match which drowns out the real issues and the collateral damage of a massive increase in non-residents continually parading through residential neighborhoods, those being a drastic change in the quality of life for the locals and who reside in neighborhoods. I have resided in Lincoln Park since 2005 on land occupied by my family since the 1960s. Our neighborhood, the oldest platted subdivision on the North Nevada side of the lake, has unfortunately consistently refused to ever form a GID or an HOA. This freedom has had many advantages over the years, but one huge disadvantage has been the inability to restrict the proliferation of VHRs within our extremely small footprint sandwiched between Highway 50 and Lake Tahoe. Nearly 30% of the houses within this tiny space containing one very narrow access road are now vacation home rentals." I think your deal had 19% on it, but he said 30. "Currently, we have two families living here with small children. One would believe that living on a short one-way single-lane street with a dead end might be a quiet and idyllic but place for a home. But these children must be as vigilant as living on a busy street due to the increased amount of traffic roaring in on their way to and from their VHRs. We have had several close calls with these newcomers, and concerns were lodged to the county by one of the parents regarding having no posted speed limit. Then he talks about the speed limit. I'll get to the next statement. "Another factor submerged by this fight over economics is empathy. Property owners do have a right to maximize their return by continuing to prefer short-term rentals to a long-term. But a line needs to be drawn by you as the commissioners by asking the question, how would you feel living next to a VHR with new groups arriving every 3 to 4 days? The owners of these rentals feel affronted that their economic rights are being infringed. But what about the personal rights of a homeowner who lives in their home and strives to create a great neighborhood? In summer, the turnover for 30% of our neighborhood is constant. And now with the massive COVID exodus, it is a ceaseless churn. Every new set of visitors adds to an anxiety of, will these folks be respectful of our neighborhood? Am I going to have to deal with excessive noise? Will I have to call the police? With many of these homes advertising accommodations for 12 or more people, renters, or to put it bluntly, people who outnumber homeowning residents on most days and have no stake in being a good neighbor, are calling the shots with late night partying, allowing their dogs to run unleashed, spoiling our tiny beaches with trash and human waste, and driving with no regard for anyone's safety. Why should they care? They don't live here. As well, why should the property owner renting their home care when they don't live there either? Why should one factor, economic gain for 30% of the homeowners in this subdivision, overshadow and surpass the happiness for the other 70% of people living in our neighborhood? Isn't quality of life for the actual residents of your county a concern anymore? It certainly is to me. He closes by saying this, we have suffered in silence for too long, only to see a continued increase in short-term rental properties within our tiny subdivision, contributing to a year-round increase in renters who simply come to party and have ruined the nature of our quiet neighborhood. We are also tired of troubling the sheriff's office for problems that otherwise wouldn't exist in our tiny neighborhood. Every neighborhood should be a place where residents can live without anxiety and make relationships. Why should those around Tahoe be treated differently? And that is a point I've tried to make in my comments in the previous meetings. VHRs are good in certain areas, but the interest of these homeowners like this person should take paramount when they live in neighborhoods such as that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any public comments in regard to this matter? Natalie, do you have anything?
Natalie Wood, for the record, I do have 3 people on Zoom who would like to provide public comment at this time. Do you want me to start with those?
Yes, Natalie, go ahead.
Okay, so this is public comment on agenda item 6. I have 4 in the queue so far. Anyone else that would like to provide public comment that's on the Zoom call, please raise your hand. And then I will go through the phone callers as well. So I'm going to start with Ellie Waller.
Thank you, Ellie Waller, W-A-L-L-E-R, for the record. Recent article, March 26, after 2 years and many meetings, the Washoe County Commission finally approved a short-term rental ordinance. Ours is much better, should be the benchmark for everybody. Their vice chair, Vaughn Hartug, was concerned that some of the regulations, such as parking restrictions and defensible space requirements, were too burdensome to STR owners. That's a really poor statement. Staff also clarified the fee amounts for their tiers. After their meetings, the public came back very strongly and forceful and sent a letter to Assemblywoman Nguyen. We want to know best how to support bills on STRs. Last week, Washoe County approved their STR ordinance without a cap, density, or location restrictions, giving a green light to Marriott, the Hyatt, and all STR real estate investment corporations to continue buying up residential properties and eliminating permanent voters. This is an eye-opening statement, and we need to pay attention to that as well. She further goes on, we have no hope left for help from the county, so we will now do what we can at the state level. Our group of 150 Incline Village STR Citizen Advisory Group is waiting for your help. This can be addressed in item 11 as well, Bill SB 322. I continue to support your local authority on transient lodging, and we also need to address AB 363. I also sent in comments about bedroom size at 70 square feet. If you go online, there's lots of sources. I found one on Credit Donkey. Legally, a bedroom only has to measure 70 square feet. What is an average bedroom in a house? An average bedroom is 219 square feet. What is the average size of a kid's room? Kids with a twin size bed have an average room of 10 by 10. We need to look at that. Under permit requirements, X, proof that safety inspection has been completed by Tahoe Douglas should add the number and location of fire extinguishers and possibly best management practices for defensible space. I'd also like to see something about outdoor fireplaces, grills and barbecues and the locations that they can be in, and strictly prohibited charcoal grills. Subletting, it does happen. Guests are prohibited or should be prohibited from subletting a short-term rental. I would also like to know, does the illegal count include those in the valleys, and when will those cease and desist because they aren't currently allowed? And just to point out a typo in number 5, where you add, in addition to the tier 3, the word tier 1 and tier 2 has a typo. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Perfect timing, Nellie. Thank you. Okay, next. Go ahead and state and spell your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Kevin Carr, last name K-J-E-R. I'm a lifetime resident of Township, also a member of the BHR task force. And I just wanted to comment on the, I noticed about the limited liability companies. First, I just wanted to say thank you to the county staff for the hours and hours they put in over the years on this. So I thank them. I'm just concerned about the not allowing LLCs. I have several owners that are LLCs. They use it for, financial planning and tax planning. So I would like to see that they would be allowed to, as well as owners and I think family trusts. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next. Go ahead and state and spell your name for the record, and I'll start the timer.
Hello, my name is Ashley Bollinger, Bollinger. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak on the devastating effect your recent suspicion and cap on vacation rentals has had on our family. With hopes of retiring to Nevada and to be closer to my parents, my children's grandparents, we wanted to purchase a home in the State Line area. The only way we could afford to do so was to sell our rental home of 30 years and buy through a 1031 exchange. We purchased our property in Lake Village in November of 2020 and were assured by Douglas County, our realtor, our HOA, and our management property team that we could indeed use the unit for short-term renting. We began immediately investing our cash to update the unit, and that's why we didn't apply for a permit in 2020 because it was being remodeled. We were completely shocked and devastated to learn that without warning and without notice to property owners, you've suspended and capped rental permits. Buying through a 1031 exchange in 2020, we are legally required to rent our unit or we face financial and legal repercussions. Long-term rental will not suffice financially. We are not deep pocket corporate investors. We are just a regular family who has now found ourselves in financial hardship. Please consider lifting the cap and freeze on vacation rentals for those who purchased their property through a 1031 exchange prior to your suspension. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashley. Okay, next. Go ahead and state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Jordan Korzak, Korzak. I have a condo up on top of Kingsbury Grade there in the Tahoe Village area. I just wanted to speak about two things: the age requirement and the occupancy under the parking category of 2 per bedroom or 4 per parking space. As I understand it, as written, that this would not allow 2 people to sleep on like a sleeper sofa or have more than 1 bunk bed in like in a bedroom or a bunk room for children for more than 2 kids. I'm asking the board to consider changing the occupancy to like allow 2 people per bedroom, but maybe +2. I think the ordinance as it currently is +4, but I don't think it's unreasonable to accommodate 2 extra people in a family room that's not in a bedroom without being considered overcrowding. Also, the minimum age of 21, I think should be considered instead of 25. I think 25 can be a bit restrictive to age groups that very populate the skiing area up on top there. I think code enforcement should decide whether people are irresponsible and noisy and, not age discrimination because, I think a lot of people 21 and older can be very responsible instead of just assuming that 21 to 25 is not responsible enough to rent. Just want those to be considered. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Jordan. Okay, next.
Hi, my name is Tim Allen, Timallen, and we own 2 homes at the Tahoe Beach Club. First of all, I want to say I appreciate all the work that you all do for us. It's hard work and it's good work. And I certainly empathize with Commissioner Tarkanian's description of that neighborhood. That's horrible. And that shouldn't happen in any neighborhood, whether it's a vacation rental neighborhood or not. That something needs to be done. I think the key to this whole situation is that people need to treat others with respect and follow the rules and make sure that they contribute to the community, not take away from it. I'd like to speak to commissioners about the misinformation and unfair tactics used in opposition of short-term rentals at the Tahoe Beach Club and some of our thoughts on input on short-term rentals. We purchased our 2-family homes at the Tahoe Beach Club 3 years ago before they were built. It was clear to us when we purchased them that we were allowed to rent our homes on a short-term basis, both with respect to the county regulations and specific declarations of the Beach Club. And all the owners of the Beach Club were made aware of these regulations. The Tahoe Beach Club was specifically designed and sold to accommodate short-term rentals. And it can. They have systems in place and security and all modern amenities and roads and safety features. We purchased our 2 homes planning for the future when we could spend time with our family. Our investment was significant, and we made our decision based upon the fact that we could offset our mortgage, taxes, and other costs by renting our homes when we were not using them. We're really taken back at how unreasonable, unfair, and unkind some folks have been to us since we purchased our homes. We've never even met or spoken to. The sole reason we have been treated this way is because we rent our homes. We've done nothing wrong. None of our guests have caused any harm to anyone else, and they're just kind, good people. There have been emails sent behind our back to the rental board, specifically referring to us as our kind shouldn't be allowed to buy in the Tahoe Beach Club. And this is very hurtful, and I think it's biased. Concern over short-term rentals is valid and needs to be discussed and addressed, and this is important work you're doing, and I'm in favor of it. However, taking an aggressive approach, attacking those that don't agree with you, and using scare tactics and misrepresenting facts is not the answer. The key is to treat others like you would like to be treated and be a positive influence in the community. It's simple. Whether you're occupying a home for a week or a year, we should all follow the golden rule and be kind and respectful to each other. There is an owner at the Beach Club that claims he represents the residents. To be clear, he does not represent us or any of the homeowners I have met. When he says residents, I believe he's referring to those that live full-time at the Beach Club. Residents are the minority there. The overwhelming majority are homeowners that have vacation homeowners. There appear to be several concerns and arguments being used in an attempt to limit or disallow VHRs at the Tahoe Beach Club. Parking. Tahoe Beach Club, when a renter comes in, thank you. I appreciate all your help on this matter.
Okay, next. Go ahead and state and spell your name for the record.
Hi there, my name is Zambricki Lee, Z-A-M-B-R-I-C-K-I, last name Lee, L-I.
And then go ahead.
Okay, thank you to the commission and to everyone in advance for their time. As a host who has a good relationship with his HOA, his neighbors, and with Douglas County, by timely payment of dues and working with the fire department during inspections every year, and really wholeheartedly being a good actor in the community, I wanted to raise to the commission and to everyone here that there are good actors, and the focus can be tuned and shifted to weeding out the bad actors. In listening to these discussions over the last few meetings, many people have talked about things that are not always the experience when it comes to VHR, such as 16 people staying in someone's house. I think if there's obvious problems like that, those people need to be weeded out, fined by the county as well as by their HOAs. And I think that people need to be forced to work with their HOAs and empower the HOAs to control their homeowners. That way we can continue to bring tax dollars to Douglas County and use the properties for which many people bought them for, which are vacation areas, state lines of vacation area, between the lake and skiing, and between all of the funds that are brought in between food, boat rentals, bike rentals, all the money that tourists spend here is good for the community. And if we have good actors, then everyone will be doing better. I'd like to thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next, go ahead and state and spell your name for the record.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead and state and spell
Hi,
your
thank
name
you.
for the record.
My name is Wayne Fish, spelled F-I-S-H. I am a long-term owner in Pinewild in Zephyr Cove. We have never rented our vacation home up there for a number of reasons. One of which is we wanted it kept the way we want it, and secondly, we didn't really have a need to. Well, with the age of COVID, that all changed. Our family is in the restaurant industry, so I'm sure I don't need to go into too many details about everything that comes with that right now. But as a result of that, recently we started looking into, well, maybe we should cut costs a little bit and think about some short-term renting of our vacation home in Pinewild. Only to find that we really can't do it. We can't get a permit to do it because of the county requirements. I totally understand that vacation rentals need to be regulated. The last thing I want in my community is my next door neighbor renting their home to 10, 25-year-old skiers for the weekend when I'm up there with my family. To me, totally disallowing rentals over a certain arbitrary number that's picked doesn't really seem fair. But what does seem like it would be a good solution to this, and I preface this just in the event that it is not already in place, would be a requirement that property owners used a licensed and vetted by the county property manager to rent their properties, so that someone that has to, say, be within 15 or 30 minutes of the property, so that they can be contacted, they can control what's going on there. In the case like myself, I live in Orange County, so I'm 450 miles away. I would never rent my property without using a property manager who can keep an eye on what's going on there. It's my home, and I don't want it damaged or destroyed. And I also don't want to alienate the neighbors in my community. So I would implore the board to really look at using licensed property managers if people do want to do short-term rentals, and making that a requirement, and vetting those property managers and maybe licensing them for property rentals through the county.
Thank you, Wayne. Okay, next.
Yeah, this is Stephen Scheiner, Scheiner, and I also am a owner at the Tahoe Beach Club. And when I purchased this property here, my intention was that this was going to be a private community, and there may have been some allowances for VHR, but never in my wildest imagination would I think that I could be surrounded by VHRs in this private community. And I think the statement earlier that whether you occupy it for a week or a year, there's no difference. In this case, I believe there is a difference. And I think with the ordinances that are going on, there should be a look at where somebody should only be allowed one permit, not multiple permits, that they can rent their unit out for an incredible amount of money. It just doesn't seem right that people can compare 1 week to 1 year where people are living here as residents and think that it's okay. So I just wanted a little rebuttal on what my intentions were when I bought here. Private, wonderful community with great neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go to the callers, a few callers that we've had on the line for a while. Okay, the first one doesn't have a number, but it's a caller calling in. Do you want to provide public comment at this time? Okay, no response. Go to the next one. Laurel, did you have public comment at this time? Okay, no response. Okay, 354 phone number. Would you like to provide public comment?
Hello, my name is Nancy Gilbert.
Okay, go ahead, Nancy.
Thank you. My husband and I live in Elk Point. We live across from us are two VRBOs that are rented regularly. I can tell you that there is a lack of enforcement. We have difficulty getting enforcement not only from our board, but also from Douglas County. So we end up spending our weekend being frustrated by lack of compliance. And there's the owners don't respond, or they are not helpful to the situation in resolving it, nor property managers are that helpful. So, it ends up being that we have a right to a quiet enjoyment of our property, but it's now impacting and affecting our ability to use our property quietly and enjoying it, because there's a continuous rotation, daily rotation of new people that don't know the rules. They want to have parties. They don't want to abide by the protocols. And so it impacts our ability to use our own property. We pay assessments for community amenities, and yet we have difficulty at times using them like a beach because it's filled with people we don't know that aren't following the rules, and it gets pretty frustrating. So, it's not intended, these residential communities are not intended to be used as commercial profit centers, and that's what they're being used for. And if you can't afford to have a second home at Tahoe, other than by renting, you need to figure out another way to do it because it's impacting your neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, we have another caller, 609 phone number. Do you have public comment? Okay, no response. Okay, I have a few more people with their hands raised, so I'll go back to Zoom participants. Go ahead and state and spell your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Natalie Yanish, and my last name is spelled Y-A-N-I-S-H. I had sent a letter in on behalf of the Contractors Association of Truckee Tahoe outlining some of the concerns that our organization had regarding disincentivizing investment and redevelopment in our community, and how this would impact jobs when private property owners are limited on their ability to rent their property, whether it be for short-term or long-term. I live on the top of Kingsbury Grade, and I accept that I have vacation home rentals in my neighborhood. I am able to live here and make a living because we have tourism, and having short-term rentals and that breadth and depth of accommodation is important for our tourism industry and for the locals to be able to survive and have become primary residents here. A lot of the letters that I send in talk about the private property rights. The bundle of rights that come when you purchase a property is the right to, rent your property and have economic gain from it. And I also understand that one of the other bundle of rights is quiet enjoyment of your property. So, those are both things that are important. And I think that, there was just a discussion about restructuring the community development and the enforcement officers, and as well as hiring more staff to deal with some of the VHR issues that are happening in Douglas County. And I think that that is the one thing that everybody can agree on, is the enforcement of the current rules that we already have on the books before looking at more restrictions on people being able to or being disqualified from being able to get a short-term rental permit on their property. Another item that I wanted to say is, I do live next to a VHR property. I also live next to primary residents and long-term renters. I can tell you, I live across the street from the Tahoe Rim Trail. I have moved to the community because I understand that it's a resort and tourism destination. And, I fully accept having a VHR next to me. I think communication between the neighbors is very important. I have an open dialogue with the owners of the VHRs in my neighborhood, and we often look out for each other's property and know each other, and it's a fairly amicable situation. So I think it's very difficult to tell one person that they can rent their property, but another person can't because we have a cap or we have a density permit within the neighborhood. Thank you for listening to my comments. And the last item that I wanted to bring up was that if you are trying to do the density and the cap, you are going to end up with waiting lists, and it's going to be an administrative issue for the staff there to monitor that on a day-to-day basis, as well as the public and private property owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next. Go ahead and state and spell your name for the record.
I'm Jaron and Heidi Gunter. I'm a Gunter. We are full-time residents of Lower Kingsbury. Out of this meeting, the first thing that I've seen logical ever presented is this, not the cap, but a zoning thing. Not that we agree with it, but it does seem a better idea than capping it. And that at 20 to 25%, I don't think it should be different for multifamily or single family. It should be the same across the board. It didn't look like any of our neighborhoods were at that limit yet. Also, someone mentioned earlier about using property management. If a property is properly managed and the rules are enforced by whoever's managing it, be the owner or a property manager, the houses should not be an issue. And then the last thing I'd like to say is this whole town depends on tourism, down to the dentist, the banker. Unless you are retired and your money comes from a retirement, you depend on tourists to be here. There's no industry, zero industry here except for tourism. So getting the tourists here makes the whole town run. And people are forgetting that. They move here thinking, oh, I'm going to live in a tourist area, but I don't want tourists here. It's moronic to even think that. It's like the person that lives next to it or moves in next to a airport and then wants the airport shut down because it's too loud. I mean, we all need to live together, work together, and I do believe that if you're going to put any kind of cap, that the percentage would be the way to go, not just cutting it off at 600. Because what if you get 600 all in the same neighborhood? That's not going to work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next.
Hi. My name is Michelle Cronin, Cronin. I just wanted to speak very quickly on being a vacation rental owner and the proposal to not allow an LLC to own the permit. We need to be able to protect ourselves, whether you're renting to 2 people, 10 people, or whatever it is that you're doing. There's no reason to take away our right to protect our other assets. I own we're a single family, and the last thing I want is anyone, whether it's a renter or not, slipping on my property and not having that protected by an LLC. So I hope you guys understand and really take that into consideration with the idea of taking away that right from us. I'm hoping I understood that correctly, and I hope that that makes sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, next.
Hi, Tim Barabee here, and I live at Tahoe Beach Club. And I would just like to commend the commissioners for the great job they've done. You're not making everybody happy, which is probably a sign that you're going in the right direction. I think that the task force numbers indicated that the cap of 600 would be about 12.5% of housing stock. So that would mean 1 out of every 8 housing stock could be a VHR, which I think is enough, quite frankly. And I would also like to say that having 25% for multifamily, which I assume means condominiums, and 15% for single family makes no sense at all, because the multifamily units are the ones that are most impacted by VHRs. The VHRs are right next to us. It's not like they're across the street or 100 feet away. And then the last point is I commend the county for coming up with a no corporations amendment to the resolutions. And I would highly encourage you to limit permits to 1 per owner. And that way we would have only residents and people who live here as opposed to corporations. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, next. Go ahead and state and spell your name for the record.
Is that me?
Yes, Kathy.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kathy Oyster, and I agree with many of the people who have spoken about enforcement, and the last gentleman that spoke about 600 being adequate for the number of rentals within the Douglas County, Lake Tahoe area. Enforcement is huge. We can be neighborly, and we can say, call the owner of a vacation rental, but we have neighbors who have actually done that. And the owner of the rental actually told the guest, and the guest went and pounded on that neighbor's door. So these are the kinds of anecdotal evidence that stand against this idea of neighbors talking to neighbors, because there's this intermediary involved, someone that we don't really have any control of, and someone that's not going to be impacted just a few days later when they leave the community. But the rest of us have to deal with, the animosity that's created amongst the neighbors, the frustration that's created when we try to file a complaint with host compliance or Douglas County. And we don't need that kind of animosity within our community. We need to have everybody looking forward to a common goal, an economic development, perhaps with a more stable membership within our community of unit owners or homeowners that are going to our restaurants and utilizing our dentists, so that they're not so heavily reliant on those tourists. Maybe that's not the way we should be looking at our commerce. It's certainly not the way the rest of Douglas County is looking at their commerce. And it's a burden upon those in the Tahoe Basin to have to deal with that. The other element is just how vacation rentals are used. They're used for celebrations, for partying, for bachelorette parties, different things that are not really community oriented. They're very self-oriented. So I applaud the commissioners for addressing this. It's a very complex issue. One other layer that might be worth considering is, why not make sure that they're rented when the unit owner is there? Because the unit owner or the homeowner understands the local rules and the local problems. And if the homeowner's there, then you don't have to rely on your neighbors to enforce infractions of the law or the rules, or to call Douglas County in some way to come protect them. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Okay, next, if you could state and spell your name for the record.
Yes. Kurt Brown. Kurt.
Okay, go ahead when you're ready.
Yes. One of the things that I would like to say is talking about communities within the Tahoe Basin. The community I live in was founded in 1925, and it was a residential community, and it had bylaws so stating it was residential and could not be used for commercial purposes. Yet we, as some homeowners, had to sue the board in order to get that enforced, and that suit is still not done. So enforcement to the board, a third party, manager, whatever, is a nebulous statement based upon enforcement is hard to get and it's not timely. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Okay, the last one I have is Ashley Bollinger, and she already spoke, but she may have a second person with her. So I'll see you as the second speaker.
Hi, my name is Paul Bollinger, Paulbollinger. I am Ashley's husband. We recently bought a property. At the time we bought it, there were no restrictions. And it should not have restrictions added at a later time to take out the economic value that we invested in it. We're just real people, normal people, and I hope people understand what they're doing to other people. The only reason I have this had the money to invest in the property is my parents died when I was in my 20s. I got a little bit of money, bought a house instead of buying a new car, and used the proceeds to live for a little while, and then sold the house and turned it over in a 1031 exchange. So I have tax purposes that I have to use that for a rental property, and I should be able to use the full value of that property that existed at the time I bought it, and not have somebody come back in on the backside and punish me for the wrongdoing of apparently some people that come to the community and don't abide by the normal laws that any citizen would be expected to abide by. So don't punish the wrongdoers, not the folks that are just regular people trying to get by in life. I want to retire in that area. This was the best way to be able to retire, to go ahead and invest in the community. So I appreciate your thoughts to the commission, and again, don't punish the people who are just trying to invest in the community. Already invested in the community, done renovations, so spent money in the community, but then have be punished on the backside by a new regulation. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you. Natalie Wood, for the record, that is all I have for raised hands and phone numbers calling in through Zoom. So I think we're done with public comment on my end.
Do any of the commissioners have any further comments?
Not at this point, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to get into the meat of the text.
Just briefly, I do. One of the difficulties that we're dealing with here is that these vacation home rentals, they're dissolving the community up at the lake. In excess of 40% are absentee homeowners. And the schools and the people who are full-time residents, a lot of them have moved out because of the objectionable behavior of people having these home rentals. Now, we have to look at it from that standpoint of, well, where does it end? 1,000, 2,000 vacation home rentals? At some point, we have to put a restriction on this. There are a lot of municipalities, and most of them that I was in contact with in other states, they don't allow them at all, period, zero. San Diego's getting rid of them. So you get this conflict, and this has been exacerbated by the fact that no commissions have dealt with this before, and we're dealing with it. The information that has been compiled by planning and Jennifer Davidson, it tells us what's going on. And there's really no way that we can accommodate everybody. And keep in mind, if somebody does have a permit, it's not going to be revoked. You still have your permit. One of the other things too, and I'll direct this question to Jennifer, at the beginning you gave a profile of the revenue that was already being derived, and a lot of this was due to code enforcement. So our analysis of having code enforcement and staff in that department pay for itself appears to be working. Would that be true?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your question. So indirectly, yes, although the fees that they are capturing the taxes that they are capturing now cannot be used for the operations of that program. So that's why I say in theory, yes. Yes, they are paying for themselves in a way, but that money is going to our Parks and Recreation program. It is not being used to operate this program. We would need to revise the fee schedules to cover those expenses.
Okay, now, this is something new we never had before, is a code enforcement department. The last person we had quit some time back, and we had maybe one or two people, but we've become serious on this. So in conjunction with the existing permits and code enforcement, that should set our standard that we work from. And this way we'll try to accommodate everybody, because we'll never accommodate everybody. It's impossible. So if there's no further comments.
Mr. Chairman, there's been in the public comment, a lot of references were made to the cap on 60. Well, the board decided at the time that we should put a cap on this while we rework the code that applies to VHRs. That's one thing. Now, I hesitate to mention this one, but there's two bills in the legislature right now that are going to make some of this work we've done moot. One of them, the Board of County Commissioners, they're being prohibited from enacting or enforcing an ordinance that prohibits short-term rentals or imposes certain restrictions on short-term rentals. That pretty much covers all the code. So I would advise the people who are in favor of this to get on the wire, get a hold of your senator and your assemblyman or assemblywoman, and make your feelings known. It's going to take a big outcry to keep this from happening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman? With respect to the Senate bill that Commissioner Norsad just mentioned, it's been submitted by Senator Kerry Buck from down in Las Vegas and Senator Ira Hansen up here in northern Nevada. They still got to get, which first of all, I'm surprised by both of them. I know both of them very well, and I got calls into them trying to figure out what their intent is with it. I can't imagine those two senators arguing against being regulated by the government closest to the people, which is the county commissioners in this regards. But they still got to get Democrat support for this, and it's a long ways from being passed. But I agree with what Commissioner Norsad said. If you can make some calls and get our Senator Settlemyre, behind us and put some pressure on those two senators, I think we can probably stop that bill.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot has been said about this 600 number, and I've gotten a number of emails regarding that, and it sounded like a very arbitrary number, and that's been articulated by some of our public comments. That was not an arbitrary number that I did make the motion, but it was not an arbitrary number that I came up with. It was the number that our county manager last month on February 18th, through the spreadsheet process and making sure that this program would in fact pay for itself through the permitting process, that it would pay for that program, which is penciled in at around $500,000 if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so that number was not an arbitrary number. It was pulled directly off of our county manager's spreadsheet regarding the cost of that program. So I think that's an important thing to keep in mind. Now, once again, and I don't want to belabor the point too far, but at that time, we only had 535 permits that were approved at that time. And I thought that that number was going to hold true until this permitting process was completed, the 535. But now we're at 589, so we're 11 shy of that 600 number. I like what you've brought forward, Ms. Davidson, in regards to this 15% or versus 25% for multifamily residences, but versus is the 600 number, and I've tried to look in this code, and maybe I've missed it, but the one that we're going to discuss today, is that number in here? It is. Okay, so I've missed that. Okay. So what I really would like to see is how many of our single-family resident neighborhoods that we currently have up there are already at the maximum of 15%. And in addition to that, how many of our multifamily residents neighborhoods that we've identified through that GIS system. And I applaud that system. That was very, very enlightening. But I'd like to know how many are already at their max as well. So I want us to be careful about that. I'm not trying to necessarily shrink this program, and I don't want to take permits away from folks that are already in the process. But if we set a 15% level on the single-family residents and 25%, how many communities are already at that max? And then the only method of getting back down to that 15 or 25% would be through attrition, right, of people selling their property and those permits going away. So I think we want to be careful about that as well. I don't consider necessarily a single-family resident neighborhood differently from a multifamily residence, because those buyers of those are probably more inclined to be the ones, especially in the multifamily resident area, to be more affordable to the buyers than the single-family residents. They're probably buying a lot more property and things of that nature. So I want us to be careful about that, but I'm sure we'll get into that later as we get into the meat of this matter. But I agree with, based on what I've already indicated, I agree with Mr. Rice. I'd like to get into the meat of the matter here.
And if I may, if you noticed on that map, most of the multifamily units where they're allowing heavier concentrations, those are at a ski resort. And most of the people that buy the condominiums and duplexes and triplexes and quadplexes and what other kind of plex you can come up with, most of those are there for the recreation and not to enjoy the quiet enjoyment of their property. That's a tourist area that's heavily concentrated in the ski industry, and in the summertime in the other recreational sports up there, biking, hiking, throwing people off of bridges, that sort of thing. But and please don't quote me on that one. That was a joke. But I think that area is a little different. It's even with Major T in South Lake Tahoe, they recognize that many of the residences in the tourist zones had a heavier concentration, and that's why people were there to begin with.
Mr. Rice, I don't disagree with you on that. I recognize that as well. So, I mean, those are some factors we need to take into account. And once again, I'm not trying to knock anybody out here either. So, I think we need to be careful about that. So,
Don't
thank you.
get me wrong, I live right around the corner from a party house, so I hate to use this phrase because my non-favorite president used it, but I feel their pain. So, been there.
Okay, so from what I've heard, we've gone from concentric circles and having X percentage to more like zones that are transient for tourists. Do we need to reevaluate how to monitor this if we monitor it that way? Or we go with a fixed number, no additional permits throughout, and just leave it at that. So we have an agenda item here for possible action. Would anybody care to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, point of order, I think. Are we supposed to go through this document page at a time and say yea or nay?
We could do that, or we could work with it as is and with what has been presented and bring it back at a later date. And we're going to be here all night, truly, going over these things. So,
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you, and I don't want to persuade you otherwise, but I had one thing I wanted to bring up, and it deals with what you guys have all talked about, if that's okay. Okay, with respect to Tier 1, which is a home occupied VHR with only 4 people, I would think, and I've had several people email me saying they cannot get a VHR now, even though they do it from home because of the cap. I would think that we should consider as a board, and maybe we do it the next meeting, but I'd like to throw it out there at least, that a homeowner occupied VHR in Tier 1 would not be considered part of the cap. So somebody, because they're not the ones that are, the issues are at, the homeowners there, and it's limited to 4 people. We can discuss it later if you like. I just want to throw that out on the table.
are there any other considerations?
Mr. Chairman.
Go
ahead. Mr. Chairman, excuse me, I don't know about you and the rest of the commissioners, but I received the red line copy yesterday. I don't know if it's because I didn't check my email enough or what, but did the red line version come out yesterday? I have tried going through it and trying to digest it, and I want to get this done as soon as possible, but I think that we should take one more meeting for us to review this thoroughly and then come back at the next meeting with the firm recommendations. This is the way the ordinance should read, and then have our first and second readings after that, if you concur.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
before
sir.
you proceed.
Yeah,
before you second. Jennifer, when you came up with the red line version, I would assume, bad word to use sometimes, that you had the old copy here and the new copy here. In other words, you had same page, same items, but now you worked on rewriting them, so to speak. Is that the way you went about this?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, for that question. No, if I brought you a red line of the old version versus what it is today, it would be all red. We completely rearranged the code. And I wish that wasn't the case, because I do think it would have made it more simpler for you to understand the changes that were made. The red line that you have before you today includes mostly items that were missed the first time we submitted this. It includes specific items that this board took action on and provided us direction on that we specifically left out inadvertently. And I do apologize for that. So they are important things that we have received direction on for the most part. And then also in addition to a few other pieces that were brought to our attention that needed to be fixed after the fact, after it came out in the public packet. I just would also bring to your attention, Mr. Chairman, I apologize and perhaps I miss it. I'm not sure that you called for public comment in person on this particular item yet. And then also I have an answer to Commissioner Gardner's questions from our GIS wizard, and I'd be happy to share that information if you would like, sir. So currently, 11 neighborhoods in total are at the cap of 15%. No neighborhoods are at 25% yet. There are 3 neighborhoods total within the range of the 20 to 25% range.
So you mentioned 11 are at their cap. How many total neighborhoods are we talking about?
Let me get that number for you. I'll raise my hand when I have it.
Sorry.
No problem.
Anyways, Mr. Chair, I did have a couple of additional comments and questions for Ms. Davidson. Number one, I want to commend you. The layout of this new code, and I guess you got the help of Deputy DA Sam Taylor as well on this, but I really appreciate the formatting and how easy it is to flow through now, and it's much more readable and usable, in my opinion. So I want to commend you on that for that. The question I had was also is, okay, so we're at 589 right now, and do we have any more that have applied for that have not been approved?
Yes, we have a number of applications that were incomplete, and so we were not able to process them. And so we are holding those. In addition, sir, the answer to your question regarding the total number of neighborhoods, thank you, Mr. Richardson, is 37. 37, okay. And I agree with Commissioner Tarkanian, is that it was never that the True Host program, right, is a True Host, where there's a owner-occupied rental, short-term rental. I would agree that those are not our issue. Those really are not, in my opinion. I don't see those as our issue. It's the larger ones that are becoming our issue. While we set that number at 600 through this process, and I agree with Mr. Tarkanian and Mr. Rice that perhaps I would like to come back at a later time to really go through this, and so we have more time to really review it in depth. I know that I had a number of revisions that were suggested by members of the public that Ms. Davidson and I talked about earlier this week, and I would like to, and so there's some other things that I want to incorporate into this that are not part of the red line version. So I would be comfortable also with delaying any further action on this item today until we can review this and we can take a look at the additional changes myself. But I'm almost inclined to lift the suspension on the ability of getting a True Host permit. But I don't know how my fellow commissioners feel about that. So right now we're at 600 and we're at basically we're at 589. I don't know how many people are going to be applying for True Host, but I don't know that that's going to be a real struggle for us. So I don't know. Would that be? Would that cause us? Oh, we passed a resolution, did we not? So we're tied to the resolution, and so in order to change the number, we would have to come back with another resolution. Then forget my idea, please. Never mind.
Can I just ask one
Okay.
quick question? Mr. Chairman, this is one question to follow up on his. It'll be so quick. Jennifer, how many of the three that are over 20 and between 20 and 25 would be in the 15% bracket compared to the 25% bracket that you guys have proposed, if any?
I believe each one of those neighborhoods is, would be subject to the 25% limit, and I'm going to ask Mr. Richardson to confirm that for me. We are corresponding through written text. I will, he definitely doesn't want to get on the microphone. If he wants to text that to me, I will raise my hand when I have that information.
And Jennifer is, as an aid to reviewing this in further detail, can I assume, again, the bad word, that the verbiage in black is original from the original code?
No. No, much of that language is new. If you would like for staff to identify what sections of this document are entirely new from existing code, I can certainly go through code side by side and do that for you. It wouldn't be a red line, but it would give you an idea of what sections are entirely new. And it would get around the issue of the fact that we rearranged things.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer, for the board's information, the VHR task force that worked on coming up with the original recommendations regarding the governance of the VHRs, how long did they work, and how many people were on this, and what was the makeup of the committee?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Rice. I would not hesitate to take a moment to highlight the work of the task force.
Thank you.
They worked tirelessly, hundreds of hours. It was a committee of 15 individuals. Initially, we did have one resignation from that group. It was representatives from both the valley and the lake. It was pretty evenly split between the group where they came from. And we worked for very close to a year on this matter. I think it was a little under a year. It took a year for us to bring forward these recommendations. I can tell you also, for the most part, with the exception of one or two things, we were able to build consensus as a group around these recommendations, which is a huge undertaking. They very carefully considered this information. They did a lot of research, and I thank them for their time.
Thank you. I am aware of the process. Many of the people that were on that task force have contacted me. I think I've made it clear on several occasions that I favor going with the recommendations of the task force. The numbers, the ordinances that they suggested, and I'm reluctant to sit here not having gone through the process that they did and change their work. So I'm obviously going to go with what the members of the board, the majority, feel. But my feeling is that the amount of work that was put into what was presented to us was mountainous, and I, for one, am not willing to just offhand reject their work and say that I don't like your numbers, mine are better. But at the risk of ticking off everybody in this building, I'm inclined to put this off to a later date, the next meeting that we have, and then get our final version of it so that we can get our first and second reading, so we can put this to bed.
Yeah.
I don't think we need a motion. I think we just need the direction of the chair to make sure that that happens.
Commissioner Gardner?
Yeah, I think a specific motion to bring it back at our very next meeting would be in order, in my opinion.
Okay, keep in mind that we will be deep into budgeting next week, and our next meeting is going to be a couple of weeks out. We're almost going to be into May. So, and they're going to need time to make any adjustments or changes with more information. So, we want to put this back to the first meeting in May. We keep everything in force that it's in existence right now. And this agenda item will be tabled until May.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Cates?
I hate to keep kicking the can down the road, but I agree.
If I may, I think what staff would like to do would be able to bring this back to the next meeting in April so that we could incorporate some of the things that we discussed today and give you a little more complete package and then shoot for the 1st of May for the first reading of the final ordinance, if that's okay with you, sir.
Is staff going to have time? We're going to be in budgeting. Will they be bogged down in that at all?
We'll be able to add the concepts that we discussed today to the draft ordinance, yes.
What date?
April 18th.
Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Ms. Davidson brought up that public comment because of our hybrid thing, our hybrid attempt. I don't know if public comment was offered to the people who are here in the audience. You may want to open it before we act. There's a pending motion on the floor. Hasn't been seconded, but you might open it up to public comment.
What motion would that be?
To continue this.
So maybe I need to clarify the motion, because I certainly didn't intend to have that motion interfere with our budget meetings. So my motion was going to be to table this item until our next regular Board of Commissioners meeting on April 15th of this year.
Okay, table that motion for 5 minutes. Is there any public comment here in the room in regard to this item?
Ainsworth, Aynesworth. As you know, I sent you an email with some public comment. I'm not going to repeat that here. I was going to comment on a few other things, but I'm really glad to see you're going in the direction you are right now. I'm sure most of us didn't know about the red line version. I'm not sure when that came out, but I have something that was before that. So I was also encouraged to hear that some of you would like to put in your thoughts on some of the recommendations that you've heard from the public, including me maybe. So I think it'd be great if you could go back, do your work for the next 2 weeks, and come back at this again. Thank you.
James McCallip, McCalip. I got to admit, philosophically, I kind of side, in some sense with these residents that have had problems, and I hope we can help them with these revisions. I can't imagine in my residential neighborhood if somebody was running basically what amounts to a motel in terms of being rented by the night next door to me. I don't think I'd be real happy with that. I think it's the difference between renting your home out and operating a motel. But given that these are here to stay, at least for now, I think it's important that the cost that the county itself is bearing in code enforcement and other costs must be captured by the fees. I also believe that when somebody has broken your law, such as running a vacation home rental without a permit, that should take away the right to do that. You don't simply say, okay, now you can have your permit, because then there's no incentive to get the permit in the first place, because these are so profitable that whatever fine you have to pay isn't going to deter that. So you have to make sure that you can capture that, and that when people break that rule, that's it. They lose it, and they never get that chance to apply for it until that home's sold to someone else. Thank you.
Mickey Hempler, Hempler. I just wanted to make one quick comment, and it was about the mapping that I was looking at. And I may not have been able to see it well from there, but it looked like some of the neighborhoods were being clumped together. And Jennifer, maybe we can straighten that out later. But up at the top of the hill on Kingsbury, there's the area of condos by the ski resorts, and then the areas that are closer to Kingsbury that are more of residential and VHRs mixed together. And then down in the areas of for instance, the fellow that wrote to Commissioner Tarkanian, there's a lot of little areas like that that have 20 homes, whatever. I live in a home area that has 68 homes, and I don't know if they're all separated because the percentages didn't look quite right. Thank you.
Is there any more public comment? Natalie, are you still online? Has anything come in?
Natalie Wood, for the record, we already did the public comment on this through Zoom, so there's no additional at this time. Did that go through?
Are there any other comments from the commissioners?
Mr. Chair, did we
Commissioner
act
Gardner?
on that motion that I made or regarding bringing it back on April 15th? Or was that necessary?
Yeah, please re-enter the motion for the record.
Okay. So I move at this time that we table this item to the regular Board of Commissioners meeting scheduled for April 15th.
I'll second it.
Okay, there's a motion by Commissioner Gardner, a second by Commissioner Tarkanian to move this item to the board meeting of April 15. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? No nays. The motion carries. Now we'll go to item number 5.
Mr. Chairman, before we do that, could we take 5?
Let's take 10. It's now 5:21. Be back around 5:30. Can we bring the meeting to order? Okay, this is item number 5 for possible action. Discussion regarding community development, current schedule of fees with possible direction to conduct a review of fee schedules from other jurisdictions to analyze potential revisions to the current fee schedule, submitted by Commissioner Gardner and Jennifer Davidson. Jennifer, do you have any comment on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jennifer Davidson, Assistant County Manager. For the record, I'll be brief. Fees for community development pursuant to Douglas County ordinance are set by a resolution of this board. The last time the board adopted and reviewed those fees was in 2019. A schedule of those fees is included in your packet. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have and would defer the remainder of this discussion to Commissioner Gardner, who made this request.
Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'll keep this rather brief. What I've asked for, I know that we just, the Board of Commissioners reviewed these items back in July of 2019, so the schedule's fairly current. All I'm asking for, or asking staff to do, is do a study of our neighboring counties, perhaps on a spreadsheet, and bring it back to us. In addition to that, I'd like the community development also to take a look at a road mitigation impact fee for developers who are carrying large materials, large heavy materials across our county roads, that we may not experience damage to those roads for years thereafter. Those damages are not necessarily realized at the time of construction. So I know a number of counties have instituted an impact fee to cover that and mitigate that. So I'd like them to look at that as well. But other than that, I really don't have anything else to say about this today, and just kind of give some direction to staff in that regard. Thank you.
Okay, you brought up a second agenda item. We have to focus on this agenda item. Would anybody care to bring forth a motion?
Chairman.
Ritchie?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. I don't know if a motion is necessary. It's just a discussion, and I think there's been enough direction to staff that they can come back with an agendized item.
Okay, well put. Then this item is for discussion, and when staff is prepared at the next board meeting or subsequent to that, we'll just bring the item back forward with the information for presentation and a possible action item. Everybody okay with that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Item number 7, for possible action, discussion to support the fiscal year 2020-21 inventory internal control testing report. Ms. Willoughby, you have the floor.
I'm Terry Willoughby for the record. I also have Haley Garcia from Moss Adams on the line with us today, and we'll be going through the findings for the fiscal year 2021 inventory report and test that was performed by the internal auditors. This was presented to the audit committee on March 2nd. So Ms. Garcia will go through the finding and I'll provide the response.
Hi, Haley Garcia with Moss Adams, for the record. Happy to be here today. Thank you so much for having me. We act as the internal auditors on behalf of Douglas County, and today I'm presenting the inventory internal controls project that we did. In the report, I'll be going over the executive summary to give you all an understanding of the procedures we did and what this focused on. So this project was performed between September and January and focused on inventory, which is expensed when incurred when purchased by the county. And we looked at the purchasing, the receiving, the tracking, the dispensing and usage of inventory, the overall monitoring, and the inventorying of it overall at the various programs. All the programs and departments throughout the county have varying levels of inventory at any given site, whether it's supplies, public works items, whether it's medication or gel inventory, et cetera, all across the county. We looked at that overall, but identified 4 specific departments to focus on that we determined have a material amount of inventory at any given point. Those 4 departments were Social Services, China Springs, the Sheriff's Department, which includes the jail, and the Public Works Department. So those were the focus areas of the project. Looking in here in the report, we also like to always point out areas of commendation where the county should be commended for their efforts. The social services inventory was very organized. They had great processes and controls in place. They were one of the only departments that were truly tracking inventory perpetually. So at any given time, knowing how much is on hand. And also the readiness for change, given that inventory is managed in a decentralized manner across the county. It definitely, in talking with each of the departments, they were eager to make improvement, eager to establish policies, wanted to be doing the right thing, just really was looking for guidance on what should be in place, what's the minimum control. Going on to the findings and recommendations, the first one relates to policies and procedures, which is something we always look at in looking in internal audits. Right now, the county does not have specific policies and procedures related to inventory management and what responsibility falls on each of the departments or programs for managing, tracking, recording usage, et cetera, for inventory. So we're recommending that those be developed and specifically tailored for those departments that have a significant amount of inventory or highly susceptible to theft or errors type of inventory. Terry?
Yes, Terry Willoughby for the record. Staff is working on developing a policy and expect to have that available for the audit committee by the end of this fiscal year.
Okay. Going on to finding number 2, we found that inventory on hand at multiple county departments was not always being counted and reported on the county's inventory records. Overall, the county purchases quite a bit over the span of a year. For the 4 departments that we looked at, purchases totaled about $2.1 million for the year. However, that is not being reported, the year-end balances on the county's financials. The goal is to eventually get to that point, and there were some counts done at the end of fiscal year 2020. However, the recommendation is at least on an annual basis, have the counting and reporting and those that are material to be recorded on the county's financials. Terry?
Yes, this is something the finance department has already started doing, as Haley mentioned, and we have expanded our scope to include this in our monthly and quarterly, and specifically our annual year-end close process.
Okay. Haley Garcia for the record, finding number 3. We looked at the segregation of duties in the process for purchasing and receiving inventory. We found that in a lot of cases, the purchasing and receiving functions were not properly segregated, which is a key control we always look for in inventory management. Any type of purchase, you don't want the same person verifying receipt as is the purchaser. So we found that at most sites that wasn't always the case. And in some cases, purchases of inventory were not being verified or were not being signed off on upon receipt. So we're recommending that some processes be put into place to make sure that those are segregated and that receiving is consistently documented. Carrie?
Yeah, this is a work in progress. It's started with the adoption of the purchasing policy in November and continues on. We are reviewing invoices as they come in to finance for payment and making sure that they do have appropriate documentation, that they were showing who received it and that the person is different than the person who ordered. I also held training with all the department heads a couple of weeks ago on some of the red flags in internal controls and included some training on why segregation of duties is so important.
Haley Garcia for the record. I'm now going to go through the detailed findings for each site of the 4 departments or programs that were included in this internal audit. The first one is social services. While the majority of their inventory was well tracked, we did find that their medication and vaccine inventory lacked some documentation on the physical counts and independent verifications that were being done. Terry?
Yes, Scott Morgan is the director over social services, and they're always willing to change their processes, and they welcome the findings contained within the report, and they're going to implement the recommendations outlined in the document.
Haley Garcia for the record. Next, findings 5 and 6 relate to China Springs. At China Springs, they have a couple of different types of inventory. The first one is food inventory. We found that there were lacking controls over food inventory, not performing or documenting counts, reviews and approvals or anything like that that would be helpful in using the information in some kind of a meaningful way to be able to analyze usage by resident, or look at the trends in purchasing over time. So we're recommending that some of those high-level controls be put into place. And then the other type of inventory that they maintain is over-the-counter medicine and supplies for people on site. And we found that inventory counts of those are not being done regularly and assessed, again, for some trend reporting and inventory balance analysis. Terry?
Yes, and Finance Department is working with Ms. Garrison, the director, camp director, on developing tracking mechanisms to assist with this trend analysis and also doing periodic inventory counts. And we'll make sure those are in place by the end of this fiscal year.
Haley Garcia for the record. Findings 7, 8, and 9 relate to the Sheriff's Department. The first one is at the Sheriff's Department itself versus the jail, and that was on the ammunition inventory. Controls needed to be beefed up in that area over one person having too much oversight for purchasing, receiving, and tracking. And given that it regularly turns over, needing some controls in place that are at a higher level, such as assessment, trend analysis, and year-end reporting. The other types of inventory that they maintain are at the jail. They have things such as uniforms, food, and other supplies for inmates, as well as controlled and non-controlled prescription inventory, as well as medical supplies and over-the-counter inventory. In all those areas, there were some room for improvement on most of them, in really reinforcing how inventory needs to be tracked, how it needs to be controlled, and how the administration of drugs, prescription drugs to inmates needs to be recorded and monitored. Terry?
Yes, Sheriff Coverly is very helpful in responding to these findings. He has implemented new procedures already that will help resolve some of the issues, including having an independent staff member receive the shipment of ammunition, which is one of the findings. He's also developed some internal reporting for trend analysis, and we are going to work with the Sheriff's Department to conduct physical inventories at each year end of these items.
Okay. Haley Garcia for the record. The last area was Public Works. While they did switch to the county's inventory management system, which is a system that's meant to track inventory on hand on a perpetual basis. So as you receive inventory, you record it in the system, and as it's used, it's updated on a regular basis. So at any given time, we know how many of each type of supply that they maintain is on hand. However, in looking at that, it did not appear that the system was that was implemented was being used as effectively as it could. A lot of the last updated balances were, a year and a half or so old. They weren't performing counts on a regular basis as they kind of had intended to. However, COVID does put a wrench in some of that. And there were some error issues with system adjustments being posted and really not having the documentation for it. So, Terry?
Yes, I'm working with the Director of Public Works and Public Works staff. We've already started working on developing additional practices and working on bringing that system up to date so that when we conduct future counts, that we'll be able to reconcile the system to the actual count. So it's a matter of putting systems in place.
All right, that was the last finding. Overall, I want to thank the county, everyone that we worked with in every department, as well as Terry and her team were very forthcoming with information and really just looking to make improvements on behalf of the county. And so we really appreciate that. It always makes our projects more rewarding. So thank you for having me today.
We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Willoughby and Ms. Garcia. As Wes Rice may know, when you're in the department, you got to go qualify once a month. And sometimes the range officers are not very judicious about watching where the boxes of ammo go, especially now when ammo is so expensive. You recall that?
I was never able to get away with any.
Yeah, we did.
They gave me enough to do what I needed to do, and then that was that.
Yeah, we always managed to score a box and a half or so. I don't think this is ready for approval. Yeah, this is more for a presentation and make us all aware of some of the things that we need to work on. It's come a long way, though, and I think that if there was some malfeasance going on, we would spot it today, whereas in the past it wouldn't have been spotted or anything done about it. So, Commissioner Gardner?
Yeah, you realize you were on the record when you said that, right? It's just a thought, buddy. Anyways, I just had one comment. Finding number 3, which is one of the more troubling ones, I think, Ms. Willoughby, and thank you for this report. But I do think in reviewing of the manpower chart that we're looking at in regards to the finance department, we're looking at if we don't already have in place a purchasing manager, purchasing department. Am I missing something?
No. Terry Willoughby for the record. Our purchasing is decentralized, so the departments are performing the purchasing function. I have an accounting purchasing specialist that reviews the purchase orders, the request, purchase requisitions. We review those, but the actual receiving of the goods, it does happen at the department level.
So I guess my question, Ms. Willoughby, is do we have, when somebody places a purchase order, is there a separate person that receives that material, or is that same person that placed that order receiving that material? That's where I think we might be able to get into some issues. So,
Terry Willoughby for the record. That is correct. That does occasionally happen. We are trying to stop it, and in the smaller departments, it's sometimes an issue, but We've really worked with the departments to develop systems to make sure that those functions are segregated. So we try and spot it when we're reviewing the payment of invoices that are submitted.
Thank you.
If I
other
could, this,
comments or
the
questions?
motion is to accept the report.
Okay, this is for presentation only, and progress is being made in regard to inventory control. Item number 8, for possible action. Discussion to approve $1,247,854 budget transfer within the CARES Act Fund 219 from federal grant expense 219-172-54.500 to transfer out 219-172-618.700 in order to reimburse several Douglas County funds for the eligible expenses incurred in those funds during the fiscal year 2019-20. Ms. Willoughby?
Terry Willoughby for the record, but if we could go back to the last item, my agenda item says it's for possible action, not for presentation only, and the action was to accept the report.
On number 7?
On number 7, correct.
Mr. Chair, so that we can move on to this next item on number 8, that anyways, I move to accept the report of the fiscal year 2021 inventory internal control testing report from our finance department.
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Gardner, second by Commissioner Tarkanian. All those in favor signify.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No nays. Motion carries 5-0. Now we'll go to 8
Thank you.
and finish that one. Ms. Willoughby, are you finished with your presentation, or where do we stand?
We'll move on to item 8 now.
Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to provide an overview. This is the CARES Act flow. So this was last fiscal year. These were the expenditures that happened like in other funds. And then the CARES Act money was received in the current fiscal year. We claimed the expenses, but for these prior year expenses. And now we have to make this whole. So these were other funds. If you think of them as buckets, these buckets are now empty because they paid expenditures out. And we're merely moving the CARES Act back to those funds to reimburse the funds and make them whole.
Are there any comments or questions from the commission? Do we have a motion?
Yes, I make a motion to approve the $1,247,854 budget transfer within the CARES Act Fund, number 219, from the federal grant expense 219-172-541.500 to transfers out 219-172-618.700 in order to reimburse several Douglas County funds for eligible expenses incurred in those funds during the fiscal year 2019-2020.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Noasat, a second by Commissioner Rice. All those in favor signify by voting aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Ms. Willoughby, let's see, for possible action, discussion to approve a budget transfer in the amount of $217,000 from salary savings in the Building and Engineering Division to professional services. Ms. Willoughby, you have the floor.
Terry Willoughby for the record. The Building and Engineering Divisions of Community Development have had several staff vacancies during this fiscal year. And so they've had to utilize professional services to cover the workload. So we're merely moving the budget from salaries where it was budgeted and down to professional services to cover those contracts and the expected contract.
Is there any discussion from the board? Would one of the commissioners care to bring a motion forward?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve a $217,000 budget transfer from the salaries line item in the building and engineering budgets, in building budget $131,000 and the engineering budget of $86,000 to professional services in the same divisions.
Second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Tarkanian. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried 5-0. For presentation only, overview of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, including allocation of federal funds to Douglas County, and a discussion on possible uses of those funds. Ms. Willoughby, you have the floor.
Okay, it's just a brief overview of the American Rescue Act. It's a 1.9 trillion aid package, $350 billion for state and local governments. 9.48 million is allocated directly to Douglas County. Eligible uses, revenue replacements, to the extent there was a revenue reduction due to COVID-19 emergency relative to the last fiscal year before the emergency, which would be fiscal year 2018-19. COVID-19 expenditures or negative economic impacts of COVID-19, including assistance to small businesses, households, and hard-hit industries and economic recovery. Premium pay for workers performing essential work during the COVID-19 public health emergency, and necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. So we will be receiving direct funding from the federal government this time instead of coming through the state. And we will, again, I would caution the board, it is one-time money, so we would not want to start new programs or things that would have ongoing operating costs, or personnel. But we will bring, as soon as we get the Treasury guidance, and we are expected to receive the money within the next 60 days. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about that.
Any questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Gardner?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Willoughby, are you looking for recommendations from us at this time to, in regards to focus on expenditure of these funds?
Not really at this time. We'll be bringing it back when we receive the funding. If you want to express anything, I'd be happy to take comments.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
Oh,
Yes or no?
we'll be bringing it back when there is, when we.
I'll speak. We're having a little audio problem here. So this was just to give you an overview presentation. We will bring it back once we get guidance with some plans on how to use it. But if you have any thoughts you want to share with us now, we'd certainly be happy to hear it.
Okay, thank you. I do have some thoughts that I would like to express. And I'll just shotgun this a little bit. I want to make sure, I'm hopeful that we can certainly address our business community with a heavy focus on these funds. And beyond just doing social media, Mr. Cates, I think we've talked about this, but actually having a public forum that we invite the businesses in to take a look at the funds that are available, and also to kind of help them, the businesses, filling out whatever necessary paperwork is involved in that process. As you know, we also talked about bringing broadband into our, certainly the TRE Community Center. I think that would be something I would like to see us focus on. One of the big things, I think, it appears that we may be losing some funding from the state in regards to China Spring. And I would, hopefully we could use some of this to augment that back in. I also know that in our community center, which is extremely important to our populace, not only the community center itself and the gymnasium part of it, but the senior center, I do know we've previously installed some air filtration systems that work well in regards to COVID mitigation, and in anticipation of possibly this not being the last pandemic, so to speak, maybe not. I'd like to see us also try to focus on all of our county buildings in that regard, and making sure that we have the proper air filtration systems to mitigate possible health issues with the public. So those are kind of where some focus that I have right now. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I've received a few emails, and I haven't delved into the project yet, but I'm sure you probably are more familiar with it. But the emails I received from the constituents are dealing with the Kyle Drive Improvement Project. So hopefully you can take a look at that. Maybe we can talk sometime and give me your pros and cons.
Okay, well, Kale Drive that's a road thing, and that would be a John Erb thing. And one of these things just to keep in mind with the roads, we contract that out, and there's a big rush at springtime to do this, and all the contractors are extraordinarily busy and occupied. And sometimes simply because of demand, we can't get to some of these things. And we have a pretty short season to get that accomplished. So these have to be planned well and ahead of time. At any rate, one of the things that Mr. Cates is going to do, and we discussed this before any of these funds are dispersed, there's going to be a spreadsheet presented to us so that the board can review it and see where the funds are going. So some of these items will be coming up again. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, for possible action, the county manager. Discussion and direction to staff regarding legislation or legislature issues proposed by legislators or other entities permitted to submit bill draft requests that may impact Douglas County. The board may take action to support or oppose any legislative item included in the Douglas County bill tracker. Report included with the board packet. Mr. Cates, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start by just a quick update on where we're at with the China Spring governor proposed budget cut of 71%. I think as I reported last time, the NACO working group submitted a counter proposal suggesting a 12% cut. We did hear back from leadership this week that they did not look favorably upon that alternative proposal. We don't know exactly why or what it is that they want to see. However, we do have a meeting scheduled with myself, representatives from Washoe County, NACO, Judge Young, and Wendy Garrison to meet with the chair and the vice chair of that subcommittee. So we'll be meeting on Monday. We did convene the NACO working group just yesterday to talk about other scenarios, to be prepared to talk to the chair and vice chair so that they could understand what it would look like if they picked reduction something greater than 12%. So we looked at some scenarios for a 24% reduction and a 50% reduction. None of these reductions are good. They all result in reduction in staffing, and they all result in reduction of available beds. We'll see where the conversation goes on Monday. On Tuesday, the 6th, they have scheduled closing Child and Family Services budgets, which includes this cut. As I understand it, LCB, the Council Bureau, is going to present them 3 alternatives. One is to accept the governor's cuts, one is to reject them, and one is to accept our 12% alternative. So we'll see. It's a very important conversation on Monday. We'll see where that goes. We also had a meeting with Director of Health and Human Services. Wendy Garrison and I did that earlier this week. And we're working on a request to the state, to the director, to distribute funds to the camp for lost revenue due to COVID, both for last year as well as what we're projecting in the current year. The director committed to putting that forward and trying to make that request from the governor, so there may be some relief there as well. There also is a lot of discussion at the legislature about their share of this federal money that's coming in, and it's my understanding that they may be going through and approving some of these cuts in their subcommittees, but then come May, they're going to look at adding things back, and part of our request was to be on that list for add backs. So we'll see where things go. It'll be a big day on Tuesday to see exactly what the committee does. As far as other legislation you've taken positions on, there really hasn't been much movement other than my last update. We still haven't seen any bill language for innovation zones, no introduction on that. I wanted to move to a couple of bills that were mentioned earlier in this meeting related to vacation home rentals. These bills use the term short-term rentals, but it's the same thing. I'll kind of talk briefly about both of them together. The first bill is AB 363. It is a 2/3 bill because it deals with fees and taxes, so it would require a 2/3 majority of the legislature to pass it. There have been no hearings scheduled on it. It would require every county in the state to have an ordinance for short-term, allowing short-term rentals, and to have a permitting process and to collect lodging tax on short-term rentals. So we're already doing that here, so it doesn't apply to us, but it would apply to rural counties that don't even really have STRs. It also has some very specific provisions about how the ordinances need to be drafted and requirements for them. Some of them are consistent with what we've been looking at for our own ordinance. Some are not. There is, depending on how the bill would be interpreted, there could be some impact on having a prohibition on vacation home rentals, such as our prohibition in the East Fork Township. I did provide some feedback to the bill sponsor informally, pointing out all of these issues, saying it really was not needed in the rural counties, and that a one-size-fits-all approach for all of Nevada is really not appropriate given the diversity of our communities. And I talked a lot about Lake Tahoe. I did make a request to exclude counties under 100,000 people from the bill. Again, the bill has not been scheduled for a hearing. I have not provided any formal testimony, just some conversations with the bill sponsor.
Who was the bill sponsor?
Assemblywoman Nguyen. She is, I out of Clark County. I think she's fairly new. I think this is her first or second session.
Glenn?
Nguyen,
Okay.
Nguyen, I believe is the spelling. Yeah. The next bill is SB 322, also a 2/3 bill. That's a tall order. I think on that basis alone, both of these bills are probably not going to move, in my opinion. It would prevent counties from prohibiting short-term rentals. It does allow local government to have ordinances on short-term rentals related to health and safety, land use, noise, nuisances. It does put limitations on penalties. It also prohibits considering STRs for transient lodging if it is a primary residence, which seems like an odd provision to me. And I think most importantly, it actually transfers the collection of taxes to the state, to the Department of Taxation. It includes a gross receipt tax, and then it would split the revenue with local governments. The local governments would get 60%. The state would keep some. They would put some in an account for affordable housing and an account for scholarships. So currently, most of the money, vast majority of that money comes to the local, so the state would be taking that over. And it establishes a complex program for collections and penalties that would be administered by the state. Both of these bills, I think we all probably agree that these are not good bills and are not needed, and that the regulation of short-term rentals should be maintained at the local level. I would ask you to consider either opposing the bills or perhaps just staying neutral. And the only reason I say that is I really don't think either of these bills, given the 2/3 requirement, are going to move. And sometimes rather than poking a legislator, it might be best just to stay neutral and let something die on its own. But however, both of these would directly impact our program. So I think it would be reasonable if the board wanted to vote to oppose these bills as well. And I'll pause there and we can talk about these bills before.
I'd like to make a motion to oppose the bills.
I'll second that, to oppose both AB 363 and SB 322.
I don't think we need a motion. We need specific views and a consensus. Commissioner Rice? Commissioner Noah said, it appears that there's a consensus to oppose both of these bills.
I do have some notes from SB 322 that I put together.
Go ahead. You care to present it?
Just some of the things that I would think would be more in line with saying the real estate end of the deal. Removes impetus to take responsibility for infractions of existing codes that address health, safety, and welfare. It establishes a civil penalty not to exceed $250 for a violation of an ordinance, even multiple infractions, and removes the BOCC from the ability to fit the fine for the violation. Multiple violations can be assessed only one fine during a 14-day period. So if you got a bunch of parties out there and they make noise the first day and we fine them the appropriate amount of money, which is $250, stand by for 13 days of mayhem. That's just a few of the things.
One would conclude from your statement that you're in opposition to these.
I am, in fact, in opposition.
Okay, we have a consensus.
Very good. I'll take that direction and provide testimony accordingly. Okay, I would like to move on to a couple of bills that deal with the governor's power to declare a state of emergency. Senate Bill 88. This is a bill from Senator Pickard, Republican out of Las Vegas. It would it would mandate that the governor's state of emergency declaration terminate after 30 days unless the legislature approves its continuance. In the Assembly, we have AB 93, which is very similar, has widespread Republican support, multiple sponsors, same type of provisions, but it would terminate after 15 days unless the legislature approves a continuance. I think, given the sponsorship and the composition of the legislature, that neither of these bills is likely to move. However, I think the principles they express are very consistent with the values of this community and this board. And I'd recommend you consider supporting these bills, and I could write a letter for the record, regardless if they move or not.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Our community is, and as you know, you probably get phone calls and daily and emails daily regarding opening up our county. I think we need to send our residents whether or not these have any opportunity to see the light of day. I think we need to make a statement to the citizens of Douglas County how we feel. And so I would move that we highly support both SB 88 and AB 93.
Commissioner Tarkanian?
I agree.
Commissioner Rice? Commissioner Noah-Side.
Thumbs up also. However, I'd like to add that there are 4 counties out there who have sort of put out their Declaration of Independence from this oppression that we're undergoing. I would suggest that we consider doing that also.
All right, in regard to the specifics of the legislation, we have a 5-0 consensus to support that legislation.
Very good, thank you. Moving on. The next bill I would like to highlight is AB 270. This concerns the Nevada State Prison and the Stewart Indian School in Carson City. They're both cultural tourism attractions dating to the 1800s. Although they're located in Carson City, they're major attractions in our region. The bill would allow the Indian Commission to retain any fees for use of facilities at the Stewart Indian School. I believe they were reverting to the general fund previously, so they'd be allowed to retain them in their gift fund. For the Nevada State Prison, it would authorize the sale or consumption of beer and wine at events held at the historic Nevada State Prison. There is a nonprofit historic preservation society that is working to turn the Nevada State Prison into a tourist attraction. This is the original territorial prison. It is no longer functioning as a prison, it's closed, but there's existing law that say you can't serve beer, alcohol within a certain distance of the prison. So they need this bill so that they can have some of their functions. The bill was heard on the 24th. I was not able to bring this to you for that, but there is a work session scheduled where they're likely to pass it on the 6th, and I would like you to consider supporting this bill in support of our neighbor to the north, and I would write a letter to the committee if you so desired.
I don't know who'd want to visit a prison, but Commissioner Gardner?
Yes, thank you. Just a little history on this. Maurice White, a supervisor for the Carson City, who I know from the Central Committee, the Republican Central Committee up there, called me specifically about this bill and has asked us to support it, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. So unless there's any objection, I'd like to make a motion that we support AB 270.
I don't think we're having the motions, is that right, Chairman? We're just giving our consensus? Okay, I'm agreeable too.
I was also contacted by Commissioner White. They've been trying to, I believe it's a 401c that they've started, and they've been trying to keep the money that they obtain to give improvements to the prison and to create a visitor's attraction from it. And I fully support their work.
Likewise.
Okay, we have a 5-0 consensus.
Okay, thank you, sir. The next bill I'm going to talk about may not be strictly under the jurisdiction and control of this board, but I'm sure it's very important to this board and this community, and that is AB 286 regarding firearms. This is a bill that would prohibit the possession of a firearm in any, the term used is covered premises, i.e. they're basically talking about businesses without the express consent of the owner, and then there's requirements about signage and providing information when people check in, that sort of thing. It also would make violating that provision different penalties, starting with a misdemeanor, gross misdemeanor, and felony. It also has prohibitions on what are generally termed ghost guns. These are frames without serial numbers. Would make it a felony to possess unless you were an importer or a manufacturer. The board, this bill was first heard on March 17th. There was some support. There was numerous opposition letters and testimony, particularly the National Rifle Association and the Nevada Firearms Coalition. Unclear where this bill is going to go, but I thought the board would like an opportunity to take a position on AB 286.
I'm opposed to it. Commissioner Gardner?
Well, I knew I would have a second on a motion down there at the other end of this table, so I knew where you were. But absolutely, we have already declared ourselves a couple of years ago a Second Amendment sanctuary county, and being consistent with that, and the restriction on ability to conceal carry, which is certainly an infringement on our Second Amendment rights, I would move that we oppose this bill wholeheartedly and very vigorously. Thank you.
I agree.
I think we have pretty good consensus on this one.
Amen to that.
Not only that, this is a Castle Doctrine state. We have a 5-0 consensus.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another bill I just want to highlight, I'm not suggesting you necessarily take a position, just wanted to draw attention to it. This is AB 253. It deals with the open meeting law. It does have support from the DA's office. It deals with a few different provisions. One is subcommittees or working groups. Under current law, basically, if there is a working group or a task force that's formed, even if it doesn't have any members of the public body on it, if they're going to make recommendations to that public body, they're subject to the open meeting law. So this bill would change that so that they would need at least 2 members from the public body to be on that subcommittee or working group for it to fall under the open meeting law. And just to kind of an example, the VHR task force, part of the reason that task force was set up to report recommendations to me rather than directly to the board was it so that they could conduct their business more candidly and fully vet ideas without being subject to the open meeting law. So that would change that a little bit. Probably one of the biggest things it does is it updates language for the use of remote technology systems, so it's really aimed at Zoom. It would allow public meetings to be conducted in that format without a physical location. Doesn't require it. You could still have meetings with a physical location, or you could do it via something like Zoom. Make some various other provisions. It was heard on the 18th of March, and there was no opposition at the hearing to the bill. Again, I'm not particularly recommending a position, just wanted you to be aware of it since it would impact how you conduct meetings.
Do you want to make a comment, or we just leave it as is?
Okay. The last thing I had, which maybe we want to wait on given the lateness of the evening, but I was going to kind of go through the various water bills. I don't see anything of particular concern with any of these bills. I think it'd be reasonable to say neutral, but there are several of them, and perhaps given how late it is, I could include that in my next report. Sure. There's AB 5, AB 6, AB 97, AB 146, AB 345, and AB 356. That's all. And as you do look at those bills, I would just mention that the last two, AB 354 and AB 356, those also are 2/3 bills. They're not likely to pass. From what we've heard, they're going to be converted into interim studies. So just know that when you look at that language. And I'll give a fuller review on all those bills at our next meeting. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Cates. Mr. Gardner?
Mr. Cates, I had one additional one. I know that during our NACO meeting last week, we discussed AB 150 regarding tiny homes.
Oh, yes.
And I don't see that on this list here. I tried to find it. I couldn't find that on this list, but I certainly want to, that was a bill that has been opposed by all 17 counties of NACO. And what it does is it requires us to have a particular zoning district within our county that would allow homes less than 400 square feet. And that, once again, this is another bill that attempts to do one size fits all and would be intruding upon our zoning rights within our county and our code. So I would ask my fellow commissioners to highly oppose AB 150 as well. Thank you.
I'll add that to the next report.
Include your presentation. Okay. Okay, Commission number 12 for presentation only. Reports, updates, and county commission members concerning various boards and or commissions that they may be on or members of or liaison to, meeting functions they have attended. Does anybody have any extraordinarily useful information to present to the board in regard to this?
Nothing here, Mr. Chair, at this time.
Seeing none, we'll go to closing public comment. Is there any closing public comment, either in this room or from Natalie Wood? Mr. Turner, if you're recognized.
Thank you. Jerry Turner, continuing. It's been proven that the Center for Disease Control has falsified research and cannot be trusted, as stated by Dr. Mikovits. Teachers, professors, doctors have used untrue information from the CDC, specifically Anthony Fauci of the United States and Victor Zhao of China, DZAU. The quickest made vaccine has taken 7 years. Most take 20 to 40 years. And now a vaccine in a year and a half? I highly question that vaccine, unless that vaccine has been previously known. Everything done today in 2021 and forward by the globalist money barons, being fascist, communist, socialist, monopoly, capitalist, is to create shortages, destroying world supply chains, to control populations through starvations, including COVID-19 deceit, decoy, and cover. by what Egyptians used to say by controlling the key to the granary, food supply and supplies. Parents do not supplies. Read COVID-19, The Great Reset by Klaus Schwab. Parents do not revolt. Parents do as required, parents do as told to acquire food for their children. Future shortages is why conservation easements, purchase development rights are being used to lock away our lands from use, our uses. YouTube, quote, Who Built the Matrix, ? By David Icke, 2017. And training and trading national parks for payments for national debt. Selling, giving away our national parks. Some parks closed, now being wildlands. See Senator Dianne Feinstein's National Parks Bill. Giving away our national parks with all the resources. Read the book Synagogue of Satan, page 262, paragraph 3, number 1, on the 4 points to take over, enslave a country by the world banks, owned and controlled by the money baron cult. Read Sustainable by Don Luis, as proven through experiments in Poland and China. Money barons' goal to control all energy and human energy and resources, strengthening themselves by weakening, murdering everyone else, e.g. the Talmud, Lod Archon. Destroying minds and bodies, e.g. Common Core, Every Student Succeeds Act, destroying our kids' thinking ability, dumbing down students, consensus and drugs instead of facts. Read Pawns in the Game by William Guy Carr, page 20 to 24 and 32 to 36, the 25-point plan, and page VII, part to be continued in the next public comment. Please read the book Sustainable and know what the public's not being told.
James McCallop. I want to thank everyone for looking at and talking to me about the material that I sent you. I'm on the Ranchos board. I'm not representing the board at this comment, but I did want to point out one thing that's on that list, which is a intertie with Gardnerville Water and Ranchos Water, which would benefit the whole county and will be a big part of the Water Master Plan, which is due by 2029. So I hope you'll again review that, and I appreciate your interest. The other thing I wanted to talk about was I think Terry Willoughby is doing a great job. But when you talk about inventory control, it's essential to have visual inspection, not just because somebody might be stealing, but just to ensure best practices. Some people have a tendency to write orders from their office chair and not looking at what they have. And as somebody that worked in inventory control for a long time, I think she's doing a great job, and I think it's just something you always want to consider, that you know what you have before you order more. And it just makes for best practices, keeps people on the looking at what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCallum. Natalie Wood, are you online? Do we have any closing comments?
Yes, Commissioners, Natalie Wood for the record. I do have one person that has public comment that has their hand raised. If anyone else that's on Zoom would like to provide public comment, please raise your hand, and I will start with Ellie Waller.
Thank you, Ellie Waller, W-A-L-L-E-R. I'd also like to thank Terry Willoughby for her service to the county and the public, and all the information that she provides is excellent and easily read. If you haven't already started to review the budget workshop info, it's over 500 pages. And with that said, I strongly urge and suggest a special meeting for the vacation home rental not on the 15th, maybe a day or two before the Board of Commissioners, so it gets its due diligence. We're not all tired going through all these other items that are required and need to come before the board and the public. Hope you'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. I do not see anyone else that's raised their hand for public comment on the Zoom. And we don't have anybody called, any callers on the Zoom call.
If that being the case, before we adjourn, we're coming up on our budget session. And that starts when, Mr. Cates?
That starts on Monday.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday through Thursday. So it's very time consuming and there's a lot of data. But the one thing, and Ms. Waller commented on Ms. Willoughby, it goes a lot better now than it used to. So we'll be back on Monday, and then this meeting is adjourned.
Mr. Chair, before,
Yes.
I'm sorry, just before we have to have a COVID mitigation plan to the state by April 15th, and we didn't talk about that. Are we going to have a special meeting in between now and the 15th, or are we going to cover that on the 15th, Mr. Cates?
We're going to have to schedule a special meeting to do that before the 15th.
Okay. You don't have any idea what time, the date on that?
I was looking earlier in that week, like maybe Tuesday. But we were going to reach out to all the commissioners and see what availability was.
Okay. And the budget sessions, Mr. Chair, are going to be in the board chambers at the historic courthouse, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Open to the public?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, just to add about the budget hearings, I mean, Terry will go all through this on Monday, but as you're looking at these voluminous package, there's multi-steps to the budget process. We have to submit a tentative budget to the state by April 15th. What we're going to do is walk you through the base budgets and the adjustments to base. We are going to cover supplemental requests and the CIP, but we're not going to ask you to take action on those at this point. We'll do that at the tentative budget, but we want to go over it so you're familiar with it, have time to think about it. So as you look at your package, I would ask you to spend time looking at the base budget adjustments. That's the main thing that we need to approve for the tentative budget.
And on that note, happy April Fool's Day. This meeting's adjourned.